Everyone, just doing the usual, get stuff ready. That seems really loud in my ears. Beautiful, wonderful. Shouldn't take me that long. But if you're watching this later for some reason, skip ahead 5 minutes or so. Trust me on this. It'll be better. Probably. Of course, would help if I kept my business info so I can actually just copy paste from that. I like this particular album of stuff. This track won't fit too well with my game, but a lot of the other ones do. Though this one's could probably work, to be fair. Where did I put that? Oh, God, I need to actually put the links in the Discord and tell people I'm streaming, because... I mean, the notifications probably aren't getting too many people. It might, I guess. That's up, that's up. That's... Probably gonna deal with more bugs today, maybe tweak the combat a bit or something. We'll see how it goes on that. I mean, I have so many bugs to work on. So many bugs. I've been such a simplify the game mindset for a while. Which has helped get the game a lot closer to done, but now it's kind of hard to get out of that mindset, if that makes any sense. I'm just literally just thinking I should remove this and that and this and that. It's just, I mean, I'm probably not wrong. I probably should be removing things, not adding. Because the simple reality is that it's such a big project, and the farther in I get, the more I realize just how insanely large this project was. I don't say was, is, I should say. It is quite big. Okay. Now I just need my list of things I need to work on. Oh yeah, I was fixing this door problem because I upgraded to 5.7 when no one was looking. Oh. This track sounded like pretty cool, but then I realized it's only 31 seconds long. Terrible. Oh yeah, first load, let it do all its load thing in. 5.7 loads slower. Way slower. I'm not even sure it was a good idea to switch to it. It really does take that much longer to load the first time. It's insane. Come on. Got her hair now, finally. Her hair is not attached, so you can have different hairstyles later. Waiting. 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 Yeah, like 5.7, I kind of regret it. Hey Sarah, how's it going? I'm testing out 5.7 right now. I was fixing a bug with the doors because 5.7 is buggy. Yes. Yes, very buggy. But I think I fixed it. Not all the problems with 5.7, but at least this bug. Apparently now the text has collision or something. And when I would open the door, it would collide with nothing. I would get stuck right here. And the fix has been to, I had like text here that appeared if you didn't have the right keys. The fix was to actually just add it so that it rotates with the door. And then I discovered that then I could jump on nothing, because even when hidden, it still had this stuff. So then the fix became whenever there's no text there, or whenever it's invisible, to simply make the text have no length. And then just set the text to something when it's being referred to, and that's it. Thanks, 5.7. But yeah, I made this door to test it with. And then I was like, I should just be streaming this. And here we are. That's literally basically everything that happened. Now I have a list of things I need to fix. I did a playtest and yeah. Things went fine. Fine, maybe. Fine. Fine. I'm going back and forth on whether or not I want Annie's Ons to be here or not. I kind of do, because Tinka has some funny lines that I wrote for Annie's On was here. Because, you know, she doesn't really like Annie's On particularly. But they have a weird Faustian agreement, I guess. Encountering a problem in FPS games, the gun disappears during the reload and reappears and I press fire again. Being too difficult, less than too quickly. I mean, usually it's those bugs that lead to the most interesting gameplay anyway. Like, half the time my bugs turn into features, right? But usually in solving those problems, you'll learn a lot more than any tutorial will ever teach you. So it sounds like you're setting the visibility on the gun to, you know, not there, or you're despawning the gun on a reload and then spawning it again when it's fired. Those would be my guesses, you know, based entirely upon just things that could cause that, not necessarily, I don't know what your code looks like, but it's possible those are it. Alright. Let's rotate this a little bit so it's facing forward. I actually wrote down how long it took me to get to places, but I didn't have encounters at those times. Also, the gold is way higher, because the painting blockers were dropping a couple hundred gold every time. I think some of these things are just loading too slow. Like the nature of how they when you spawn into a room, the data layer might load too slow, or the wrong things load and then Poppet fell in the water. I guess the fix for that would be just don't put certain things in there. Or maybe, no, maybe that's wrong. Maybe the data layer is actually loading faster and it's the H-load system. Oh.
Hello there.
Hey Lepus, how's it going? I decided to stream today. Yay! Yay me! Last few days I felt a fair amount better. Still points where I don't feel great, but just good old me, you never know how I'm gonna feel at any given time. Trying to solve some issues, balance some things. Maybe I'll do a playtest later too, once I've solved enough things that it feels like it merits it. So I think I just want to add this to there and take it out of the H load. I actually don't think I want to have anything in the building in the H load anymore. I don't think it's necessary. I think I just want the actual the building itself in the city. And like the, you know, like anything, the interior walls. But this other stuff, I don't know. Because if it's in the H load, that means it's kind of always sort of in memory. Because things in the H load aren't free. It does, you know, add up over time. In fact, it was so bad I couldn't have all my levels, or all the chapters on the same map because of how the H load system works. So if I don't load this in and I only load it in a data layer, that means that it will not count against the entire game. And that's probably correct, honestly. The Hidden Grotto would want it loaded too. Doing good too. Also start working on a project again. Nice, nice. Welcome back to the grind. This door. This door and I need to talk. The hell door. I almost need to lower this down. Huh. That's not expected at all. How low can you get? I can probably get away with that. I gotta fix this too. There's a hole in this thing. I basically need to remake this. So how goes the project testing? I mean, you said you're working on it again, but you've been putting all these tests out there. Yeah, I just need to remake this, I think. First, I want to make it so this door fits and doesn't stick up so high that I couldn't jump on it. I might be able to put this back in. I originally had the key over here, which I thought was much cooler than here. Took it out because of the fact that you couldn't get over that door. Let's test. Initial loads, you know? Yeah. This is why you can't leave splines as things. You have to turn them to static meshes. I mentioned they wanted to localize project in languages. I'm working on localization now. Oh, nice. I mean, what was the term? Friend slop or something like that? You know, you get a game you can play with your friends. It's popular. This is such a bad connotation for it because, I mean, just game. It's like a party game. People like games where they can play with their friends. Such better content for streamers too. Yeah, could be the next Among Us. Just saying. Yeah, I can't make that jump, but I could make it where I could make that jump. Why didn't I duplicate this? This is stupid. I kind of want to get rid of this. The giant mushrooms. I mean, it is one extra way to go over here, I suppose. But I could have like a way up from here or something, I guess. Or from here, but I don't know if I want that. I don't think you can make this jump necessarily. I'm gonna try, but I don't know if you can. I should be making a multiplayer game. I don't know what's wrong with me. And this is loading in super slow. I can unload everything that's not, you know, necessary for this room. Nice. Hey, you're gonna load fast enough there, buddy. I'm gonna go through and start optimizing again, probably. Clean out all these pipes. Does it? Oh man. I might localize to the popular languages. I didn't want to commit to it until I was much farther along the game because it just seemed like one more obstacle, but... And trust me when I say I don't think I need more obstacles. Yeah, I don't think I make this. This is an incredibly large jump. Almost, actually. You know, if I had grown that plant, I might have been able to do it. Yeah, I get it. You hate those things. Fine. It's in tools? Alright, well. Might happen. What if I move this farther over here? I'm pretty certain you can make this jump with double. Given how far I was able to jump there. Well, it's good to know that's around. When I get to that point, I'll be thinking about it. I might mark some of the other languages that are really common. Just so I can be like, yeah, and then maybe later on if I don't end up doing it, I don't end up doing it, but... that might be a little farther than I think is comfortable. I don't want this to be a hard jump. It is a death jump, so I'll try again without that. I say death jump because it's over water. Huh. Man, 5.7 is disappointing so far. I don't think anyone should update to it. I think it's more of a downgrade. It's like the same kind of upgrade Windows 11 is over Windows 10. In other words, it's a downgrade. It's just slower. It's a lot slower. Oh, you know what would really help? If I actually enabled double jump. Usually the rooms load in a little faster than this, though. I'd hate to have to go back to 5.6, you know? Especially because I made a bunch of changes already. You can make it. Oh, that one's a joke. That mushroom is so hard to see. In fact, it's so small I can't even target it. Man, you are so slow. Alright. Oh, you can make that. Hell yeah, you can. That wasn't even a hard jump. I haven't really done much for double jump yet. It's like calculating that distance, so it's kind of interesting to see it in action. I don't know if I like that plant there. It's just really hard to see what you're doing. Well, I fixed the thing so now they point down if it grows, shrinks it, and up if it does the other. Oh. That's not a hard jump. Targeting those really hard around this stuff, though. I need to set it where it doesn't block the camera. Oh, you can get back here now. Oh, I can hide something up here. Uh-oh, I'm hiding something. Something getting hidden up here. Oh, yeah. Hidden, I should say. My turn making from for participating in game. That's fair. Yeah, I don't... I really don't know about this, this version. It doesn't really add much that I can see. It mostly just seems to make things lag. That's about it. It makes things lag. Pretty cool like that, I guess. Sure. I hate this stuff. Like, it looks cool until you get right next to it, then it's awful. It just sticks out too far. But you can't stick it too much because it'll go through the wall. I believe this targets visibility. That's not what I want. Yeah, so far it really does seem like that they're not adding anything of value. Just stuff that they can say are these great new features, but none of them ever get finished. Ever. At this point, Megalites has supposedly gone into beta, as opposed to what it was previously. I don't know if that's true, though. Like, I'm not sure this added anything of real value. Alright, I don't know. It's not, Megalites is not even a plugin. Okay. Well... yeah, I don't know. Like... it just seems to be laggy and, not that worth. Basically, I think that the only things that it really added between Unreal 4 and 5 was the motion matching, which really helps make my game look better. And then the fact that you don't have to bake the lights, even if you don't use Lumen. These things are good. Oh yeah, the retarget system. Their retarget system's awesome. The cloth system, garbage. The one from 4 was 1,000 times better. It was so much more performant. A lot of the other stuff is like exactly the same. Like none of the features do anything. They're like designed for like movie studios or something. They're all way too heavy for games. So... don't get me wrong, I mean, I'd rather use Unreal 5 over any of the other engines, that's not a question, but, yeah, they, the new features don't seem great. No. I was checking to see what this blocked, if it was a visibility check or not. Yeah, it's a visibility check, so just don't block viz. I better load myself way up here so I don't fall through. There might be something they added I just can't think about that was great, but it just seems like most of the stuff they've added, it really just doesn't work. So I really don't think it's that great. Oh yeah. Like, if you're not using blueprints, then I don't know what to tell you. You must hate yourself. Get therapy is my explanation for what you should do if you're using C++. God. I want my game to take longer and work worse. Hell yeah. No. God, every time I've seen anyone use C++, it's been a nightmare for them. It's crazy. fact, I've yet seen anyone like have a good time with them. Or with C++. No thank you. Oh, I missed. I'm so bad. I was mostly just trying to see if I could see things particularly well or not. But yeah, it's... The thing is you really, like, there have been updates that have really helped out. Like, I mean, certain updates, like 5.4 and 5.5 brought updates that were hugely beneficial to my game, and I would have been stuck not having those if I didn't do that. Like, I would have just been sad. I need to make it that you can either basically fall through right here to the water, because otherwise you just float, and I don't like that. So I'll move this over, I guess. That's unfortunate, because it looks better with them next to each other. But they also don't have to be there. But right here is going to cause a problem. I could put a block area in there. I'll do that. I've actually been finding use for blocking volumes, not to protect the player from going to certain places, just to stop them from floating in weird places where it just isn't... The collision just kind of sucks. I just kind of put one of these down and suddenly it's not a problem anymore. And they can just do their thing. I could push this farther over. This one's really far over. Like it's framing it. Yeah. I don't really like them normally, but there have been points where it's just the collision's so bad that unless I want to try to make everything completely flat, I have to just kind of sneak these in. And it works pretty well, but you know, you just do that. Like one of the main places I'm having to use them is underneath the grates. Like this kind of stuff here, if I don't have a blocking volume, Poppet will just float between every single one of these. So you just need a blocking volume so she can run over the top of them. And then when there's, you know, when I want to destroy, I don't put a blocking volume. She can just break it. She can also just, you know, jump infinitely down here, so it's not like a big deal, but... Besides that... Can I still make this jump? I gotta sneak in all kinds of random weird places to go. I'm gonna fall in the water, aren't I? 5.7. They're like, just upgrade your computer. Smile. Because game devs are notorious for having money. Oh wait. Game devs are like the poorest group ever besides streamers. The only thing poorer being the combination of a game dev streamer. He says not sure if he should laugh or cry. I think I got behind the thingy, didn't I? Yeah, like this is good here. I'm still floating on nothing, but you can get behind it right there. That's a problem. I kind of want to get rid of this crap. Yeah, you just gotta accept that sometimes you gotta put that crap there. I can't believe I gave up my high ROI job for this trash. I mean, fine thing. Nah. I love game dev. I'm gonna make fun of it periodically because I love it, but I can tell you right now, man. Ain't no money here. Wait, is that through the wall? No, okay. Just wait it out there for a second. Like this one. Did I have them both selected when I did that? I guess so. Okay. I do think to all those people who are, you know, in the space trying to make a living off this. The streamer game devs, they have my pity. Especially the ones that actually put their, you know, information there so you could see how much, say, many subs and bits they have, so then you know they're not making enough money, like I do. It's like... I think the most I ever got from 1 month was like $110 or something. That was partially because they didn't pay me for the previous month. So it was actually money from like 2 months. But I just like to pretend like I did really well that month. I'm pretty certain I streamed like 260 hours that month or something dumb, or maybe as much as 300 hours. So it is a lot of hours, and still, you know, because you got to remember that the average, that the best I ever made was 34 cents an hour doing this. So basically what I'm saying, the big bucks. Oh, I didn't enable double jump. No! You gotta be like, nah, I didn't fall. So that fixes that problem. I don't know what's gonna go up here yet. Something. I could probably put a tarot card up there. That's a lot of extra work to get there. Of course, if I do that, I don't know if I want this key here, because I don't know if I want to make them assume they have to. This one's hard to see, so. Are you? Well, congratulations. Hopefully you're making the big bucks, and you know, you can retire from your other job so you can work Fab full time. Yes, yes, Fab. No, I mean, every little bit helps. I remember once itch.io gave me like 20 bucks. I was so happy. It was not worth the $20 they gave me. It really wasn't, but. I think this room is fine. I can always add more to it, but this feels like an 80% room. Like one of this game dev was saying that, you know, his team did a lot better when he told everyone to just do 80%, or to get to where it's like 80% the best you can do, not 100%, because 100% is too much. Hey Cortish, how's it going? I wish they're really pushing Fab and Skinny better. I mean, see, oh, nice. I mean, money's money, man. Money's money. Oh yeah, I redid this. I made the brig bigger. I did this off stream. It's going okay. I haven't really streamed much in the last X time, so you know, it's fair. You know, like, you know, I don't think you missed as much as you could. I did a bunch of stuff for chapters 3 and 4. And I've been slowly tweaking this area. Really depends on what the last thing you saw was. I'll just load up chapter 2. I got some kind of cool looking stuff going on in chapter 3 now too. I think chapter 3 is got more concept rooms designed as than chapter 2 does. Oh. Okay, so it has been a minute. Well, let's let it load all this crap, because it takes a second to load a full thing. I'm using 5.7 right now. Don't switch to 5.7. It's just slower. I don't see what upgrades it brings, but it is slower. Still like TNT now. This room got a rework now. I got rid of these two side rooms, and now the kitchen is just tied to it. So it meant I can expand this brig here, so I could have all that stuff going on, which I thought was kind of cool. This area got a big change in that now there's a hallway in between it, so you can view both areas. And one of the other, like, you know, pump rooms is here. They don't optimize in UE. Now you pass through here. Like, these buttons aren't supposed to be. These are my test buttons, but now you can pass through here and get keys. But yeah, UE and optimization are just not things. Like, I do what I can to make up for UE, but they ain't helping, okay? I have my dev outfit. Hell yeah, dev outfit. It's a dev outfit because there's no way to get it in the game yet, so it's currently a dev outfit. Hello, my hammer in. Thank you. Got a dev menu. Okay, it did load. I just couldn't see it for a second there. So I tweaked these rooms a bit. Now I have to run here and grab the keys. I think I need to put a blocking volume under that because it feels weird to run on. Oh no! It's okay, I have water enabled, so I can just go here and... I'm bad at my own game, okay? Don't hate. Or do. It's not supposed to be that hard to do, I just make it look hard. The skill, you see. It's a bit of a flicker there when it goes through those. Nice. You would use that key in order to unlock the area to get to the next thing, but I don't have to do that. I'm not sure what's going to go in these hallways yet, but something. These are actually the pump rooms, but I need to tell them to load in this data layer so you could see them. I gotta swap the name of that key. No, I don't. Never mind. Wee. I'm so bad at my game. I should have jumped in this low-hanging one here. Whatever. Wee. Yeah, I gotta put a blocking volume between those. I didn't realize this mast was so hard to run on. Also that flicker. Very annoying. Then you would open the third one, which I'm not going to run over and do because it takes forever. Yeah, not really forever, but for testing purposes, not the best. Whee. You can't decide if these grates are going to be ones that have to be opened by some sort of a stronger ability or if they're just indestructible. Admittedly, I should probably swap them so that the ones that are colored in are the ones that are, or the ones that are different color, the ones that are breakable, and the ones that are the normal, you know, steampunk copper, or actually bronze color should be the ones that can't be broken. This is a better indicator to the player. This thing is hard to jump on. I need to fix that. Oh yeah, you're terrible to jump on. Oh, I'm gonna replace you. Looks like a pile of crap anyway. Yeah, I can't even jump on this thing. Even with double jump. Explain yourself. Right. Okay, I'm just gonna cheat my way out of here. Whee. I'm gonna turn this other music off while I'm showcasing things. I don't want to hear two musics. I turn to in a row for optimization, the more they add, the more... Yeah, it just keeps adding things. Oh, yeah, these are the chariot. You haven't seen the wings? Holy crap, you haven't seen the wings? Oh, well. Apparently the wings show through the water, by the way. I just learned that right now. Whatever. Probably just a material thing. Yeah, when you get the chariot high enough level, you can just fly. Otherwise, they just double jump. Probably gonna have a boss fight in here, maybe, or I'll have a boss fight in the Broken Compass. I could have you fight the chef in the Broken Compass because I do have a little chef voodoo doll. And I did originally want to have like a tea party fight way back when the game was a more dilapidated version before I started streaming on Twitch. So maybe, just maybe. There's no key to unlock the door in here, so I can't really go there yet, but I don't know, this could be a puzzle room, potentially. You can't access my Discord. Does the link not work? Sometimes you have to copy and paste the link into Discord, like you just open the Discord app and do it, because sometimes it won't work through the when you click it. People's browsers get finicky with Discord. I've had that happen more than a few times with people's Discord links. And then I just copy paste it into the Discord invite into actual Discord. Yeah, Discord links are finicky. They have problems. All right, so what else is new since then? I just showed that off. The brig just got made bigger. I was going to put this as a security area on the third area, but then I realized that I need a character to be locked up in here, which you have to free. So I can't do that, unfortunately. That's okay. The brig fits the whole, oh, I guess I gotta fix the room info on this one. Well, whatever. Well, thanks. I don't think I added anything to this particular area, but don't worry, there's other areas added too. Concept areas, things like that. Mostly the first chapter needs tutorials and story, and I'm going all over the place on story, what I want there. The map got an update, though I don't have pictures for a lot of, like, the second floor, so you can't really see it, but now it just has any size, and I don't have to have the stupid boxes everywhere. It just calculates it, which is better. I need to fix these so that they show up now and again, but can I get up here with this? Oh, you most certainly. Double jump gets you so high. I'm putting a little maze up here. In order to get into this room over here. Not really a maze, so much just a set of ducks to get into here. Probably change the track in there so it plays the same track for a while. I don't like switching tracks all the time on people. It's weird. This is always Charlotte's default music. I might give her another music for each encounter. But this room didn't change at all, so we can just skip this room. I don't know if chapter 2 got many other changes. Mostly changed up in chapter 3. Yeah, you'll often get that error. Like I say, have you tried just opening the Discord app itself and then, like, you know, pasting it in? Because a lot of times, like, you just go to add server and then click the join a server and do the have an invite only. Because I get that error all the time, and that's pretty much off people's links, even though the link works, and that's pretty much what you have to do. I guess I could enable server mode. Sure. Yeah, I mean, what you do is you just scroll right on down to join a server at the bottom of your list here. Add server and then join server and then just copy paste the link into here. Try that out. every time I couldn't get a link to work, that's pretty much how I had to get it to work. And if that doesn't work, I can just send you, I can put a link in the chat too. There should already be a link in the chat, actually. It should be at the top of the chat. You can do another one too, for that matter, if that one's not good enough. I'll try both. Aha! 1 second, now we'll get another link. Oh. Do I have to exit streamer mode? No. There you go. If that one doesn't work, well, hopefully that works. If not, I can always make another one. All right, so a lot of the things that got added now are like chapter 3 got a bunch of stuff added. Chapter 3 is probably the most, since Christmas, gained the most stuff. Chapter 4 has gained some stuff, but it's kind of laid out. But it's very concepty, and I was trying to avoid spoilers, so I was kind of not really showing people a lot of what's in chapter 4. I could be like, look away, children, and then show people those things if I wanted. All right. Show off some of the random areas around here. I'll just open a bunch of stuff here. So I started reworking the entrance here. I'm going to put souvenir shops on both sides. There was originally going to be a security shop, a security thing right over on the right, but not anymore. I might redo the ticket. I might get some nice ticket booths. I don't know. I just put them there to show off ticket booth thingies. So I have a souvenir place in here. I only put a desk in here, so. Oh, you can destroy the registers now. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, did you just donate $200? Wait, what? Damn. Thanks. You're gonna force YouTube to actually pay me money? Actually, is the first time that happened. Damn. Let me update the credit thingy so you're at the top of the people who support the game. Damn. Thank you. It's crazy. Wow. All right. Yeah. It says TBH. I don't know what that is, but 200 TBH. Or THBA. I can read. You know, public education. Damn. Oh, actually, you capitalize it. That's right. I can't type. You get to be in the credits twice, I guess. Members and oh, never mind. Oh, 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 thanks. That is still the most that's actually been donated to me on YouTube. Thank you, thank you. I keep track of anyone who, you know, who supports the game, and I just add you to the credits. I have sections for Twitch supporters, bits, not YouTube supporters, members, Kick supporters. I haven't been streaming on Kick in a while. It was just Innsbruck who was really supporting me on there, honestly. That was pretty much about it. Just, nobody else really ever watched on there. So I was like, wow, thanks. Yeah. I learned about a new currency today. Oh my god. Speaking of currency, I think I'm just gonna jump off the edge there like an idiot. Okay, well, I had a good segue here. I want to make these explode a little better than this, but now you can actually break the registers for money. Well, if it loads it. So like one-time breakables that give you a bunch of money. Like, I think it actually gives like 200 gold. Is that what it was? Yeah, it actually gives 200 gold. That number will probably be different depending upon where you're at, obviously. The farther in the game you get 200 gold, it's not going to be that great when you're in the 3rd chapter, obviously, but... Wait, what? What the... Why is this door giant? Like, these doors aren't giant. What the hell? There's a giant door over here, too. What? Is that the, That looks like a giant door. Because of glass. What the hell? I'm gonna ignore that. Yeah, this door is huge, but it's like an extra door. Is it an extra door? Yeah, this door is just ginormous for some reason. That one's not. What the hell? Oh my god. But not... Why is it every other door? I can't even get through this door apparently because it's blocking me somehow by something. Oh, I got through it. This one's fine. Okay, well, we'll figure that out in a sec. Anyway, there's actually an engine room down here that I'm building. And you actually have to enter from below to get to this, and you'll actually be flying up into this room. So you'll probably unlock this door here and get through, or you'll come through for these things here and the pipes and these things, and then fly your way up. Whee! And that is so weird. But now I finally have a way that goes between chapter 1 and 2. Okay, that's weird. If you switch while that's equipped, it does not work right. Okay. Oops. This area is completely unfinished, obviously. Yeah, there's a water system that's underneath the hidden grotto. I'm probably going to put some sort of barrier there, like maybe a heat barrier or something, and require you to have, like, maybe the devil to get through it or something. No, I don't know why the devil would protect you particularly. It doesn't seem like something that would protect you, but... Yeah, and hidden grotto's up here, so you'd swim your way back up here. So yeah, that's a secret way down there. Oh, that means I also added a different way to get to the boss of the area. This is after you have the Emperor. I fixed dash so you can't dash so many times in a row that it keeps multiplying your speed. It used to be if you could successfully dash, I think, like 5 times in a row without hitting something, it would just throw you off the map entirely because of the way it multiplied your speed. Pretty hard to find a place you could do that, but it was pretty hilarious. You just would go infinite, 6 or 7, and it would just eventually, Unreal Engine would just start glitching out because you traveled so fast and so far from the origin. And Unreal does not like it when you get really far from the origin point. The farther you get, the more unstable it gets. It's funny. But yeah, once you're armed with the okay, I guess I can't go this way because these giant doors are blocking me. Well, fair enough. Basically, it leads into the pirate graveyard. But why? Why are you huge? I didn't change your transform. No other door enlarges. Why? Root component can be attached to other components of the same actor. What? Is it because the AC interactable is... Huh. Anyway, I'll figure it out at some point here. I was going to show off other things, but then, yeah. Well, that'll be obviously the next error I fix. The painting world is no longer a thing anymore. It's not that the painting world was terrible so much as it didn't make sense. Like it puts so much focus on Tinka as a character, and it really just detracted from Poppet and even from Charlotte. It's just like, okay, well, that's cool, but why does she have such a huge billing when she's just supposed to be like a side character, you know, like not even that important. So it's gonna have rescuable toys in here, and I put Annie-Zons in here as well. And now all the paintings connect to here. Pretty much the main change I got. It has the benefit of filling up a room on the map, which is not terrible, or in the building, but also now at some point you'll reach this room and it'll be kind of a cool reveal when you actually open the door to get to this place instead of just teleporting here. That'd be kind of cool. So yeah, so I just made her appear in the paintings and like that. Nothing too crazy. And then inside here I'm building a the Miss Pac-Man machine. It's basically a giant Miss Pac-Man game. It's gonna be a boss fight. I think it never shuts up. Taking a while to load this stuff for some reason. Anyway, it's a full Miss Pac-Man level. And you go whoop, generate. You don't collect power pellets, you just light up the floor. I don't have any you know, power pellets yet or whatever passes for a power pellet, nor the ghosts or anything, but you would win once you light up the entire floor. You can run back over, it doesn't delight. This whole thing will make sense. Oh, these go to the other side of there too. This will all make so much more sense when you get to this point in the game for what you're actually doing. It's possible I might make some additional changes, but I thought about just having all this back on. This is where the ghosts will be. Even though they're, you know, probably gonna be giant rolling spike doll thingy, spike balls that, you know, come after you. Like, I have an enemy kind of figured out for it, I think. Or it's gonna be Charlotte heads. I can't decide. It could be Charlotte heads. But if it's not Charlotte heads, it might also be... giant versions of these things that just roll through the things and try to squish you. Do I have one specifically for this? I thought I did. I mean, it would be under bosses if it was anywhere. Oh, yeah. I think I squished them. Yeah, I squished them so they would do that. And they're basically, like, I'll put one in the thing so you can see how terrifying they actually are. Because that's what's really important in life, seeing how terrifying something is. These are also a level instance, so I'll let it real fast. But I'm going to make it bigger. I forgot how big it's supposed to be. Maybe like a 3 or something. They're intentionally squished so they can be really big. I want them to be basically, you know, rolling down the corridor and you cannot get over them. So maybe something along those lines. Maybe like a 3.5 or something. Or you gotta ask, trying to get the free game at Epic. I want some capture problems. You have to. I mean, they initially have you log in. That seems to be about it, though. I think those things should be suitably terrifying enough to scare the player when it rolls after him. I'll also make it like an instant kill if you get hit by it or something, maybe. Or maybe it'll do a bunch of damage, I don't know. Probably damage. Instant kills are kind of crap. No, there's a lot of instant kills in this game. You think it's the internet provider? It might be. Usually when I first log into it again, if I haven't logged in for a little while, or basically about once a month or something, it'll challenge me again. And usually it has me enter an authenticator code. Not even a CAPTCHA, just an authenticator code. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think I'm just going to program these to chase after the player. I don't think they need to have a particularly complicated AI. But maybe they should have a more complicated, where they try to go to quadrants. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. This is going to serve as the 3rd boss fight against Charlotte, so I have some time to really think about it before I get there. We won't talk about the 4th boss fight. That one you'll just have to see. Because there's only 4 fights against Charlotte, and obviously it's kind of important, so, you know. The last one's going to be kind of important, too. These are staying battery low, so I'm going to switch them real fast. I'm wearing them all day. Have more things I can show off, too. Switch these real quick. I always clean them and inspect them, you know, yeah, because you stick them in your ears, so it just weirds me out if I don't. Yeah, I have some plans. Don't delete that. I have some plans for this particular thing. It'll be interesting for certain. And I didn't just want to have Charlotte chasing you again, so also events happening at this are different. It'll make sense, probably, maybe. I don't know. All right, and anyway, for the new thing since Christmas, I had the miniature versions of the city. There's gonna be like 2 or 3 miniature versions of the city rooms where I just pick different areas of the city and just make a little room for it. Oh, I didn't put a nav mesh down. There's little cars that spawn. But it needs a nav mesh for that. I also upgraded the spawner system to be to spawn in a cone in front of the player instead, so the enemies are more relevant. Because before it basically did a donut around the player, where everything outside of a certain distance or within a certain range could spawn. And I just need to figure out how to get a cone in front of them or something. I asked Naya what the math was. I couldn't figure out the math for it. It was terrible. Obviously, their code's not useful for me to put directly into my game, but it did tell me the number I needed to divide by. And I was like, yeah, I had no idea. It's like, I get defeated by math all the time. Yeah, these little cars. They're quick throw together enemies. But they explode, and that's just enjoyable, so. Everything that's contraption in this game where it just has parts that blow off of it is like the most satisfying thing ever. Like I need to take the cash registers and add a bunch of parts to it that explode off them too. Because, I mean, how satisfying is that? Sadly, this is not in pieces, so... Because the model itself was from the same steampunk set these came from, actually. And they're notorious for just making their meshes solid things that just are really... I mean, they're not kit bash bad, but actually, no, kit bash is pretty good about it. Never mind. They definitely don't tend to give you pieces of stuff to play with, which is really unfortunate. But yeah, this is so that you could run around the city because everyone complained. Yeah, exactly. Boom. I mean, how exciting is that? Everyone loves that. It's great. But yeah, like the problem is that everyone wants to run around the city, but it's not fun to run around the city. The city's way, way too big outside, and it takes forever to get anywhere. Poppet's the same size as a curb, but now you get to be giant size and jump on top of the buildings, which is way more fun. Oh yeah, the cars can spawn on top of the building. So I thought that was pretty cool. I think you just go through some of these things have really terrible collision. I haven't bothered to fix the collision on there because what didn't matter before but I thought that was pretty cool. I'm gonna have a train station one also, and probably one other one, just like a few rooms of this, because I like to have all the rooms be somewhat different. For the train station one, I'm just gonna put a train that kind of goes around, a little small train. I was gonna do a big train that you could fit inside, but the issue is it's just too big for the space that I have available for these rooms. It really just is. Like, unless I really just want to make it where all it is trains that are like giant size that Poppet can run through, which I could do. It could just be a train yard. That's not a bad idea necessarily either. But I found if I scaled these things up to the point where Poppet would fit in the doors, it was too big and would stick to the ceiling. I would need basically 2 floors for it. And I decided to not do that. You know, like, I don't want a repeat of the second area, because the second area is so big that it's 2/3 of the game, basically. I'm sorry, 2/5 of the game. Pretty close. And it didn't need to be. I mean, it leads for some interesting areas, but I don't want that. Another washroom down here. Gonna make a chest thingy out here, I guess. I don't know. I'm really up in arms on the chess idea. Like, I'm really undecided, I guess. Because on the one hand, I have a cool little boss for it and everything like that. I have my little, like, you know, red queen. She's a chess piece. And that's cool. I like that. And I can easily make a bunch of enemies for it because I have all this stuff to do so and make them very cool. However, I don't really have the stuff to make a believable chess world. I don't think I even have the set to load in the boss, unfortunately. Oh, well. Just can't really see it right now. I'd have to fix all that. I don't know why it's doing that number. Yeah, like, without the ability to make a good world for it, I don't know what I'm going to do on that one. That's been kind of bugging me. What am I supposed to do on that plan there? I don't really have a good one for it. I don't think I even put a room info in here. So it's... I like her, too. That's the worst part. But outside of a giant chessboard, maybe some Titanic, you know, inactive chess pieces, I really don't know what else I would put in a chess world. I just don't have custom assets, and I'd have to make something, but I don't have any good ideas. So if people have good ideas for what a chess world would be like, and even then, why? Well, I mean, I get why there's a steampunk world, and I could see where they would like weird piratey things and, like, you know, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea type of setup here. That all makes sense. I mean, chess doesn't not make sense, I suppose. I mean, they have chess sets and like that. It just, I don't know. So, might get the axe potentially for something more interesting. Got my little fortune teller room. I may add more of these crystal balls. I can't decide. I'm running out of space to put things. Got a secret portal room. Ooh, portal room. That was kind of cool. Chapter 4, I don't really want to show off too much of Chapter 4. Chapter 4 is very concept-y. Like, just nothing is even remotely gameplay ready. Except for the last room. The last room has some gameplay elements already. That I did do. No, I'm not going to show off the last room. Sorry. Oh, I had a room, like weird glass heart room where you could fight a boss thingy. I keep putting these everywhere to remind myself that bosses go there. These aren't going to be in every boss room. I just put them there because it's like, oh yeah. Now I'm going to show you the boss that's there. Big time. Spoilers are big time. Here's the engine room. There's the way up. Nice. I'm probably just gonna have machines that just spit out toys down here. I don't think I'm gonna have conveyor belts. I thought about it, but eh. I have secret areas over here. Oh my god, secret. You actually arrive by a portal. I'm okay showing off the concept toy maker's lab because I've shown it off like a million times already because I move it all around the building. There are no lights here. In fact, in all reality, you would have the ability to fly here, but it's less fun flying around, and obviously enemies here would have to be able to deal with the fact you are flying. But I have a creepy vibe here, so you can see a creepy vibe for fun. My names are clever, and then I just put like quick things like abandoned area. Yeah, that's it. Oh yeah, we don't want to show you anything in there. No showing stuff in there. I realized I put stuff in there. Nope. No. I didn't put anything in this room. I just put fog. And I put the Windbreaker's Workshop here, which I shrunk down. It's still the same look. It's in the title screen, for God's sakes. I don't know what those numbers are. Oh, nope. No. No spoilers. Oh, I have a little, like... I had to explain how the toy maker could get in and out without anyone noticing, so there is an underground exit. It does not actually lead anywhere. You still can't leave the building. You are powered by the curse on the building. You can't leave the building. If you leave the building, you will die. But I was like, how does a toy maker get in and out of this place without people seeing this? Like, what in the world? Well, you gotta have an underground entrance, duh. To some secret abandoned area, duh. So that's kind of cool. I'm not going to show off much there. There's actually a big, huge section of area that is about that. I mean, if people really wanted to see spoilers like that, but I mean, it's like... Yeah, just big spoilers. For what it's worth, I actually don't know which fight I'm going to put in the Toy Maker's Workshop, if I put one there at all. I made some changes to Chapter 1. Made a lot of changes. Since Christmas. Now I feel like I did all this work. Yeah. Imagine unironically doing work. I was thinking I was being lazy and didn't do anything in my game, but nope. I guess I did something. You know, it'd be really weird. Like, you're just in your bathroom one day, like if with like a window behind you, but the window has like nothing on it. But then you look in the window and there's some sort of arcane symbol on it or something. You're like, you look back at the window and there's nothing. You're like, what the? I'm just saying. It'd be cool. Oh yeah, I made a giant piano. I wanted it to be almost small and jumping on it at first, but the issue was there was no way for Poppet to hit the keys specifically. Yeah. The hell? Why are the doors random sized? There's obviously a door down here and it's just...
Every cog's a star, and they're all spinning to unravel my soul. If I just a sheer going
Huh. Where's that door even from? Huh. Anyway, I was gonna say there's back in the house where I was growing up, there was my dad put in a sliding glass door onto the deck, right? And every time it was, there's like the living room here, and then you would walk the living room into the kitchen area, like a little dining room area that's also tied to like a kitchen, and there was a sliding glass door right there leading out to the deck, right? And every time you walk by that place, I mean, someone could easily be on that deck. You could come there from outside, whatever. Both my brother and I agreed that the creepiest thing would be to look over there and just see someone staring at you through that sliding glass door. Because we're out in the woods. There's like no reason for anyone to ever be there. But just at night, even during the day, if someone was just sitting there staring at you through that door, it'd have been horrible. I've never liked sliding glass doors ever since. It was like, this is terrible. I mean, it'd be creepy if it was a regular door, but the difference is sliding glass doors are a lot more frail than a real door. A lot more frail. Yeah, see, I'm like, this is a terrible plan. I want to show you this, but I got to figure out how to make that door not load on top of it. But here's the issue. There's no door below this. In fact, unless the door is... Like, where is this door? I opened a bunch of doors in the third area. I'm going to close these doors because maybe being open is causing the problem. I don't know. Sure. But I was taking care of this guy's house, you know, this old guy's house. He couldn't live there at the time because the main section of it flooded. The dude was like 97 or something, so he, you know, though he had an upstairs, he couldn't really live in the upstairs. All right, so they were taking they took everything out. They stripped out all the windows, and basically tore out all the insides to deal with all the flooding things, get rid of all the mold, things like that. Nobody was in there for a while. They were drying the place out. So it was just completely exposed to anyone who wanted to be in there. I mean, the front door didn't even lock. Not that it mattered because they removed all the windows, so you could have just crawled in through a window. So the way this house was built is it was built on a hill because it's in the mountains, in the forest in the mountains. So the room I was in also went to like the ground floor. Like you could go out another sliding glass door out into the regular area. You know, like you just step right out there. But then because of the way the hill went, it also went down to where the first floor of the house could also go out into the ground area. So I had stairs from this second story down into there like that. And so I had the creepiness of a sliding glass door that someone could just walk right up to. And then to do like laundry or have access to any kind of real water or bathrooms or anything, I had to go downstairs into that area that was completely exposed to anyone who wanted to go in there to use those things. That's where the shower was, and the bathrooms, and all that. The laundry was actually like there was a set of stairs that went down, and then it came out into an open room. And the house was built like two houses, basically, like that had been rammed together. So off to my left, when going down the stairs, was in fact essentially a whole other house, connected by the world's longest hallway. It feels like the longest hallway ever. And then off to the right is the rest of the house that I'm in. And then there's a door to the outside right next to that for some bizarre reason. That door actually locked. It was actually the safest door. It would also loop around underneath those stairs to go to another room, and then downstairs again in another loop that goes right underneath the same set of stairs. And then it spiraled down where someone could basically be at around every single corner. There could be someone to surprise you. They just had the drop on you every time. Coming out into a basement, it was huge for some reason, full of so much crap that was all like chest high, so someone could easily just hide anywhere. And then when you step on the stairs, there's actually a weird alcove off to the right that someone could hide in. And then a whole blind section where half of the basement can't be seen off to the left. And off in that left area was where the washer and dryer was. It's just like the worst place ever. I used to do my laundry at 1 in the morning. It was pretty funny. When I lived there, people are like, oh, this place haunted? It's like, I'm not really worried about the haunting places. What I'm worried about now is people just breaking in to my, you know, complete lack of any kind of way to keep them out. It was pretty funny. I'm going to just load these into the lobby real fast. No, I guess they're loaded somewhere else, and that's why they're... Oh, 20 minutes, there we go. And the magician room. And the chapel. Oh, okay. You good? Okay. Yeah. And what's even cooler is when I first moved into that room, it was like a junk room, right? And of course, it just had to have a giant cowboy puppet for no apparent reason other than why not have a giant cowboy puppet. It's about like 3 feet tall, you know, like half my height. It's just doing its thing. I was like, so what did I do with the cowboy puppet? Eventually, when no one was looking, I snuck it down to the basement because it seemed the most fitting place for it. Just to watch anyone who went in the basement and was like, it was great. And I stayed in that house doing elder care for him. It's actually how I got my back and neck issues for the most part when he came back. And then he passed away. And I stayed in that house, I think like almost a year after that too. He passed away in the house too, just to make it more exciting for you in case, you know, it wasn't creepy enough of a place. You're like, well, this place is a place you could be at. Not a good place. We had a baby monitor to listen to him because he was all the way on the other side of the house. And both I and the other one who was watching him agreed that the second he died, we went down there during the day and unplugged that baby monitor because the creepiest thing in the world would have been if someone had gone down there and used that baby monitor. I said something in that room. Oh my God, it would have been so creepy. There's just no world that would have been okay. Could have pranked someone so hard. Just try to sound like an old guy. Oh man. Anyway, this is the giant piano. Keep track of the notes too. Or should. Yep. And if you enter the right code, it gives you a thing. I believe I changed it because I wanted it, the keys. I had to change how I recorded the keys to make this work. I'm gonna make it longer, obviously, but. And then it opens up this way over here. There's now a secret door here. I need to put this on top of something, but you get the button and the button opens up a capsule. Yay! So I finally put a music puzzle in, is what I'm saying. It's what I'm saying. And I put temperance up there. So you get temperance. Yay! It's very exciting. 10 out of 10. Obviously, we would not have wings for it, but yep, that's where it would be. Temperance is not watching the show. You go to your current house, do you have any curtains at first? I'm using cardboard to keep some point. Oh, yeah. Cardboard fall out, wake up, and there's a cat outside, glowing eyes, looking at me, sleeping after the raccoons. Could be worse, could have been a person. Just imagine that you wake up in the morning, there's just a person staring at you, and she's not cute and in your bed. Obviously, she's cute and in your bed. Well, that's still a little creepy, but at least there was an upside. If she's cute and outside your window, might be upside, might be downside. How crazy we talking? Can you fix her? If the answer is yes, yeah, it's good. If the answer is no, uh-oh. Or reverse that if you're a woman. I imagine, I don't think there's anyone who's excited. There's some guy staring at her while she's sleeping. Guys, on the other hand, might be excited the other way around as possible. You never know. Seen some pretty desperate guys out there. I just saw a timestamp my message on the screen. I stayed up way too late. Actually, it's your local time. Yeah. I mean, it's almost midnight here. 11:53 p.m. I keep a terrible schedule. I say it, I do. It's the worst. Most of the time I just kind of sleep whenever I don't feel good. That's pretty much my been how I do in these last 3 months. Yeah. Yeah, it was definitely see, what was the other thing about that place that was awkward? Monday for you? Well, it's almost Monday for me. It's 7 minutes. 6 minutes now. Oh yeah, the place that I was in had a bunch of windows, right? And it had curtains over all the things like that. And I always kept the curtains drawn, and curtains over the sliding glass door too. That'd also be creepy. You slide the curtains away from the sliding glass door and there's a person there. I'm just saying. Terrible. But you know, you get that feeling like people are watching you, right? And you know, part of what I would do is I would go check the grounds during the day because, you know, I was taking care of the property. And there were plenty of times where I'd find food wrappers out there because someone really had been out there at night. It was actually surprisingly common. Like, not every night, but to say it happened more than 10 times in a year, it did. It was surprisingly common for what it was. I'm like, so I always kept those curtains drawn because, well, there were times where there really was someone out there. And it was not a place I wanted to be. Oh, I swapped the waiting room and the Hall of Records because it made no sense for the Hall of Records to be where people would go. So now the waiting room is next to the playroom and next to the chapel and the library. It makes a lot more sense. And the Hall of Records is now past the control room, which is a place you wouldn't normally send people anyway. I did some restructuring when I realized it made no sense how my building was built. I took 3 years of architecture in high school, let me tell you. My architect teacher, who's probably dead by now, because it's been 25 years or so, he was old then. He'd be rolling over in his grave at some of my design choices. I was like, yeah, with drafting. But so I learned to do all the drafting. Like first it was mechanical drafting, so technically it was like 1 year mechanical drafting, but then we just did architecture things. I was gonna be an architect for a while, but then I wanted to be a computer scientist, and then I made a successful business and decided to drop all that. And then I had health problems, and that business did not stay around. Then I made another successful business, and I had health problems again. You know, there seems to be a running theme in my life. Computers aren't healthy. That's the running theme. So, yeah, that's why I sit there, design things so that they're a little more useful, make more sense, or where people would go, why there's multiple pathways down, why restrooms are in like weirdly convenient locations. I worried about how long it would take someone to climb up the building if they went through all the ways like that. There's no elevator. There should be an elevator, but the problem with an elevator was I couldn't come up with a good gameplay mechanic for why each floor would be locked and prevent you from using it. There still could be one. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know where I would stuff when I have to restructure. I can not have Charlotte's room here, to be fair. I thought about moving it. But below here is Pirate Cove, so a giant water thing. Can't change that. Need all that space. And then train yard. And then I wouldn't want to run into that either. So it's a terrible location for the elevator. I had an elevator at first, an elevator shaft planned in the center. But yeah, why there's staircases next to specific things like that and everything. Because now, if someone really entered this building here, they would enter through the, you know, the lobby area and then be able to easily get to the second area, no problem, right? Because it's right near the entrance to get up into here. And just in case you need to get to another, I want it to be really fast. So here's the next one right here. And then a pathway appears up right here, like in grotto here. That would easily let you walk up here and getting into this section here. This is probably the worst part here, where you'd have to kind of wander around to get to the fourth area. The fourth area wasn't as well designed because it was meant to be a second floor, not a fourth floor. That's true. I could, in theory, replace the storage here with a thing, I think. What's below this? Yeah, the gangway is below it, so technically that could work. And then, oh, this is like the depths control room. It'd be weird. Yeah, I can't really stuff an elevator in. Well, I guess to be fair, an elevator does not. Well, it has to open into every area, and you would presume that you'd want the elevator to open into areas all only the public would go, not to employee areas. I even set it up so that the employees. Where is this at? Actually enter from this side of the building where all their stuff is. The staff washroom. Going down here will take you down here into the basement area where all the toys will be made, and the control the power areas and everything. It's made sense, yeah. It's like, well, you wouldn't want all your employees necessarily. Like, imagine in Disneyland if all the employees entered through the front. You just see an endless supply of people in work clothes and everything like that just entering the Magic Kingdom from the front. They don't. They don't enter from the front at all. None of the staff does. Or if they do, they're in plain clothes. So I was like, oh, you know, it makes sense. It's like you going through and restructuring things. Plus an extra exit too, in the form of right here, which also lets you leave the building too, by the way. So there's actually an exit from the restaurant that is here, and the other restaurant you can go to is right here. So you can easily leave the building if you want from both restaurants. And now I'm running pipes through the building, so the pipes have to make sense too. Because I actually discovered that at first I didn't want that, but then I realized that it actually added more gameplay elements if it did. I did do that. It gave me more excuses to have pipes lead somewhere. It does mean I have to redo a bunch of floors and walls as I keep adding new holes through them for the pipes to go, but I wanted to run steam through the building. And I could have like steam pipes that are hot, so you can't go through them unless you have some kind of protection from heat. And I probably will include that. I thought about a protection from electricity as well. Because then I'll put those behind some sort of, you know, task in order to get them, to unlock it, everything like that, which makes a lot of sense to do. So, yeah. Slowly but surely I make the building make more sense. It's still, there's still some complete nonsense in the building, sure, but... yeah. Sure. Also, I'm gonna take a quick power break real fast. After all that, I drink a lot of tea, and I'm gonna tell you, the tea is winning that fight. I'll stare at the magical symbols, I guess. Oh, but... Double check I didn't miss anything. Nope. Okay, so that's pretty much everything new. I don't think anything else I added, but I don't think everything. I'm sure I added something. I mean, I did a bunch of changes to systems, but those are never very interesting to see. Like now the encounter system is much better. I was fixing bugs with it since my last test, it literally just, it would only spawn enemies up until the max I would allow spawn any one time on a level, and then it would never spawn anymore. It's just like, nope, that's all you get. I hope you enjoy your 4 enemies. I'm like, Gotta solve this door problem now, though. So, if this door is open, does it happen to these doors? Or is it just that one door? Because there's different models for the door, different materials for the doors, depending upon which area we're at. What is this? Huh. Kinda like this track. I'm gonna keep this one set aside. Not sure I need it though, but where did I put those? I already have it set aside, okay. Oh. Oh, thanks for the follow, Phoenix4698. How's it going? You're just in time for me to try to solve why some doors are giant sized. Well, more giant than giant, and some doors are not more giant than giant. Which is... seems to be caused by these doors here. I don't know. When they're open. But not all of them, which is unusual because it's the same blueprint. And it's telling you to turn it 90 degrees. There's nothing that actually tells it to change the size, but look here, now those are giant. So it must be something on there, a transform that's different in there. Yeah, okay. Going underneath the giant doors. Oh yeah, what kind of project is this? It's 3D Metroidvania. Well, I guess I'll do a bit of a tour. Well, let me do a quick setup here for the tour, and then I will just show you, and hopefully this bug doesn't ruin anything. It might. This bug's pretty obnoxious, but it might work. I just switched to 5.7, so... I'm just gonna enlarge this thing to where it takes up the whole building. Or should. Got the whole building covered. Looks like it. And outside, perfect. 10 out of 10. Turn the music off here, and yeah. Close all the extra crap on the side. You actually gain about 20 FPS if you do that. With all the extra crap on the side from Unreal Engine. Content browsers and blueprints. But not free. Nah. This game's called Poppet Quest. You're playing as one who was killed and your soul was stuffed into a doll. And she's trying to escape the Whimsy Wonders toy store, which is kind of like theme park in a building. Where all the toys come to life and that and try to, you know, kill each other. So it's basically it's a small world. Main mechanic of the game is if you're in the darkness, you lose your sanity. But it gives you curse power, which, you know, is what powers all the toys and lets you do things. However, it also slowly drives you insane. You lose your sanity. If your sanity hits 0, the game is over. The curse is taking you over, you lose. So, I'm going to let our sanity run down a bit so you can see the insanity effect. So you can see that you know things are going bad. If you go back to the light, you gain your sanity back, but you gain no curse power. So you got to bounce between the two in order to basically play the game. She uses tarot cards for her abilities. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I definitely spent a lot of time messing with the lighting because my game's at night. I actually came to the conclusion the game needed to be brighter than normal because it's not fun to be able to not see. Unless it's a horror game. Just if it's a horror game. In a Metroidvania, it's really bad. You can't do jumps. So yeah, she uses tarot cards for abilities. This is the Fool. It's a giant squeaky toy. Oh, this is Poppet, by the way, in case you wanted to check her out. It bonks stuff. And smacks things. I'll hit your corpse. How'd that miss? Fair enough. How to fix this thing ever missing? It's not. Contraption enemies are great because they explode. A couple years now. I hadn't taken a few months. I was actually only at about 17 months from that. I had to take a few months off for health reasons, so I guess I'm counting those months, even though I didn't really work on the game during them all that much. It's a magician. It can pick up small objects and throw them. Small inanimate objects and throw them. Use weapons. It can also manipulate objects in the environment, such as drawers, cupboards, windows, doors if you have a key. Stuff. Turn on lights. Probably the most versatile of the tarot cards. I was gonna have it done in about a 3-year span, but then I started having health problems and had to delay it, so I got about 2 hours of content though. That's fairly ready to go. It's missing story and a lot of the tutorials are like, you know, helper information. Oh yeah, it's a steampunk game. You're a steampunk city here. You can't leave the building. The curse that powers all the toys is on this building. If you leave the building, you will die. But you can jump off if it amuses you to do so. You will just die, and it'll be sad, but I still have to fix all the data layers so that they spawn things from that are in other data layers that can be seen like that, so you don't see that transition. But I keep making changes, so Fool can break stuff. I should have switched earlier. Yeah, I have a... Do I have a specialization? No. I'm a solo dev. And I'm not from the industry either. I was an online seller. I'm still an online seller. I have a regular job. That's how I can afford to work on this game for a couple years. Well, I guess I didn't really work on it the full 2 years, but, you know. I worked on it a lot for a while there. I gotta make these things more threatening. Oh, I guess I should use some other abilities too. That's the Empress. It's basically Bomberman. It can also grow and shrink plants, but there's no plants that grow and shrink. But it can place blue mushrooms that heal anyone nearby when they explode. And red mushrooms that deal damage to anyone nearby. Good, clean, wholesome fun for the entire family. There's going to be 66 abilities in the game. That number could get reduced a bit if... I don't know, we'll see. Oh, don't stand on that, you're going to blow up. These things do an incredible amount of damage to you as well, so... It's cool, student studying game design. Oh, nice, yeah. It's, you know, a lot of fun. I mean, I started as a hobbyist. I started in an RPG Maker and then went to the only logical upgrade from RPG Maker, i.e. Unreal Engine. I'm like, blueprints? You mean I don't have to type out code? Hell yes, I hate typing out code. I know JavaScript well. I used to. I prefer to think that I don't know it anymore. It saves a lot of time if I just don't think I know it anymore. Worthless game dev language. Never ever use JavaScript for game dev. Terrible language for game dev. Fantastic for apps, sure, but terrible for game dev. These just exist to be in the way and they're fun to hit. You can also pick them up and throw them if you want. Duckies! I guess they don't squeak when you throw them. I mean, it is like a toy store, so I gotta have random toys, right? It's important. This is Temperance. It's a bubble wand. So apparently it's not working at the moment. Oh yeah, that's right. There was an issue with these. I just switched to 5.7, and 5.7 caused a whole bunch of bugs. So this does not currently bubble anything. So forget I said anything. It's very sad. I could enable a bunch of other abilities I'm not supposed to have, but I have it tied to level too, so if I want to do that, go back to my dev menu. Oh, this stuff. So a lot of them don't necessarily work, apparently. Very sad. I think this one works. Should. This is a Wheel of Fortune. It rolls dice. Black dice deal damage to enemies nearby based on what they roll. I have my level set to the current max level, so you gain a level for every time you find a tarot card, and in a tarot deck there are 78 cards, so max level is 78, which is an odd number, but well, technically it's an even number, but it's an odd number for, you know, max level, sure. But I can't add cards to a tarot deck because that's not the same thing. Can't just make up tarot cards, okay? I mean, I guess you could. I could have a hidden super tarot card. Yeah. It has another one too where it rolls white dice to heal you. I might give its final ability as vampiric dice or something. Not that I need healing with my character level 78 with the world enabled and all that broken crap. Hey bird. Not a lot, just showing off abilities and stuff. To the new person. And discovering that projectiles are currently broken because 5.7 is garbage. Oh my god, the amount of bugs of 5.7, it's like, it's the new 5.4. 5.4 was the buggiest release I'd seen probably in Unreal Engine's history, and 5.7's like, hold my beer. Yeah, because I've got it to work because 5.7 and 5.7.1 had issues with the text plugin, then I couldn't do it, and now I did, and I don't think it's an upgrade because it doesn't bring anything to the table. I already have a permission. Once you have this character's permission, you can now jump through these paintings and travel places. But yeah, I upgraded the same way Windows 11 is an upgrade to Windows 10. Yeah, upgrade. And now my haunted gallery where Tinka the ghost who lives in the paintings tells you about stuff and lets you travel between the places. This should be unlocked. Oh, with the force there. Yeah. Yeah, well now I've done a bunch of things and I don't really want to go back necessarily, but it like so many stupid little bugs. That one's okay. Things that just completely worked before, but eh. Wait, what the hell? What am I hitting? I'm not holding over, by the way. I'm holding forward. So I'm hitting something that's invisible here. Need to go? Okay, well, thanks. Thanks for dropping by. I stream sometimes. I don't know when I stream. I stream whenever I stream. I used to stream a lot more, but now health problems have made me stream less. But I'll be around periodically, maybe more often. Still weirded out by whatever I'm hitting here. Anyway. Everyone's seen the other stuff there, but oh, what the hell is... No, not really. It's probably the worst upgrade of all of them that I've seen. I mean, I guess supposedly Megalites is no longer experimental and went to beta, I guess. There's a new slide option in the game animation sample and a different moveset if you want to use those. I guess that's kind of neat. Am I going to use them? I don't know. I don't think they look as good to be 100% fair. But the text thing still has issues. They need to stop vibe coding. Like, you shouldn't vibe code Unreal Engine, okay? Like, vibe coding exists for those projects that are garbage that nobody cares about because you can't ever expand upon your own code. You don't know what you made. Don't code Unreal Engine with vibe coding. Unfortunately. I think more and more they're just vibe coding everything. Yeah, this weird root component cannot be attached to other components in the same actor. What? I mean, I guess it's not too late to flip back. I would have to basically sit there and try to remember everything I did over the last couple days. And try to move it over. But my advice to everyone is skip 5.7. In testing, skip it. It's real bad. It's just causing bug after bug. Like, I don't know how it's making these things ginormous. Also, first of all, I got rid of this, so. You can't shut collision off on these either. They just have permanent collision. There's no collision option. Kind of sucks. There's a dynamic renderer. I don't know if that makes a difference. But that shouldn't change their scale. Yeah, nothing in construction actually changes that. It has to be when it runs. When it's being play somewhere has to do something. You get started over again. Trying to blend over here. Oh, well. I'm glad he didn't have to start over. That's always good. I mean, stick with the project you already have. Then you don't have to start over. It's even better. I actually just recommend people use like more WYSIWYG style creators like Daz, where you can where you do some of the stuff for Blender, but you can also do a lot of the work without Blender and just drop some money for the main characters. It takes so long to make characters. Jesus. When I realized how many characters I had to make for this, I was like, I don't know, man. I basically need something like 50 regular enemies, 8 NPCs, 9 bosses, And then Tinka, Charlotte, and Poppet. So, you know. So that's actually 70 models. 70. That's a lot. That's assuming no additional extra bosses, just the bosses for the game. The main ones. Probably sure. Yeah, texture, exactly, yeah. I mean, I saw like Jed work on oh gosh, why am I blanking on Sable, there, yeah. Because his character's name is Sable. And his game. And he's redone Sable I don't know how many times. Every time I go and check a stream, it's like another version of Sable. I mean, she looks great. I don't think I'd redo her again. I think she looks great as is. I thought she looked great more than a few times along the way, too. And every time I go, it's like, he's redoing her again, but why? And it's easy to do. I mean, I went through a lot of versions of Poppet, but I was also using DAS so I could iterate it really fast. Yeah, a lot of work into that model. I mean, what he has looks beautiful. Make no mistake about it. What he has looks beautiful. Unfortunately, if you spend all your time making models, you still have to make content for the game. Like, you have to make gameplay and things, and gosh, the amount of time gameplay takes, I'm seeing that. Whew. Whew. You don't want to get too far in the woods on a particular model because you're going to need a lot of models. Yeah. If your game is like a horror game, in which case you need almost no models. You need one for your enemy, and that's about it. And a couple hands. That's why everyone should make horror games. It'd be easy. But for RPGs, just think of how many models you have for every enemy you encounter and everything. It's like every NPC. I mean, holy crap. You want to be at it a while. Yeah. You know, I don't set the transform anywhere. That's event anyway. Event begin play. No, this doesn't set a transform. I'm not interacting, so that doesn't trigger it. Portal level. How are they gaining in size? Huh. But yeah, like I say, at some point it's all just about figuring out. So a game dev who run the studio basically said that I heard this recently. He said that they were having a lot of trouble when he wanted everyone to be like 100% on things, like to get it like the best they could do. But instead, he's like, we switched to trying to get to 80% of the best you can do, because it's pretty easy to get like 80% of you, but the very best you can do is really hard to get. You never even know what that is. But it's like, well, if we have time, we can go back and make it even better. But 80% is usually good enough. So I thought about that and realized, you know, I'm going back and trying to get things like 100% amazing, and it's right. Like, I could have probably skipped a bunch of extra stuff. I mean, the rooms are way better now, but the price tag has been a huge amount of time. Yeah, the Skysphere plugin, yeah, he was showing me, it looked awesome. Yeah, like his skill with materials is like incredible. He's like a wizard. Like, every time I see him do this and that, I mean, I learn things like that, and just like, yeah, I had no idea. Like, they're like a mystery to me. So his skill with those is impressive. And his design skills are quite amazing too. I just think that the project he's working on is, at the rate he's going, is probably going to take infinite time. I get it's good to go for funding though. He makes smaller projects, which is a good idea, and I should probably have done the same. Because, you know, he made the Slime Races game, and that made him some money because there were streamers playing that, like some actual big streamers, not just Fox, or him, you know. And now he's making this too. So the his Skysphere thing. So it's a good plan. Plus he has his own, you know, he spent a bunch of time making his slime game for his stream, which I'm sure gets him a lot of viewers that stay around just so they can collect points. So he's done a much wiser path than some of the other people I've seen, for certain. Because he's actually focusing on revenue streams, which I mean, I really didn't. I don't have to focus on a revenue stream, though, to be fair, because I have a job. So my revenue stream is my job. I mean, I'll take other revenue streams too, but, you know, it's not that big of a deal if I don't get a bunch of money off that. I'm slightly at a loss on this one. There's nothing that adjusts this. But it's interesting to see the way people go about it. Essentially, if he makes enough money doing what he's doing, then the game can take as long as it wants, because, you know, his stream is in fact the content of making the game, not, he doesn't have to finish the game ever. Okay, so it happens on all the doors, but not every door. As far as I understood, the plugin is going to be one draw call. Yeah. Like I say, his skill is incredible. His optimization skills are top notch too. He knows more about it than I do. Well, I may rephrase that. He knows more about optimizing materials, I think, than I do. 100%. Other optimizations, I don't know, but I've seen his optimization for materials, and like I say, he's just like some sort of wizard with materials. I don't understand half of what he's doing. He's the kind of guy I would hire to do a lot of those things, basically, to design custom materials. Yes. If I knew what kind of custom materials I wanted, I probably would hire him, but I really don't know. I kind of work off of that looks cool, I'll add it to my game mentality, not a well planned ahead thing. Because my planned ahead stuff, a lot of it's been thrown away. Yeah, magic, I'll leave it at that. Exactly. It's just complete magic. I have no idea. I don't quite get what this means. So root component cannot be attached to other components in the same actor. It's not attached. The root component's attached to itself. Actually, it's just this. Like, it's just. Keep in mind, all of these things worked in 5.6. This is a bug created by 5.7, which I'm not sure it can be fixed. That's originally why I stopped with 5.7 and 5.71, because there was a bug that could not be fixed. There's nothing I could do about it. And I'm trying to work around the... There's still bugs with this text. I'm trying to work around it. But I'm at a loss here because there is no root component attached to root component. The root component is just... Yeah, it's right here. It's just a scene. There's no... And this is just a regular actor, so that's the only thing like that. AC Interactable is just a non-scene component. Can't be attached to anything anyway. I'm gonna open up my version from 5.6 that I still have to look at. Every time I switch, it usually takes a few days of growing pains to see if it's even possible. Usually it is, and I can work my way around every bug, but not always. Like, because when I switched to 5.6, it actually took somewhere around 3 to 4 days because of bugs with the 3D text plugin. Well, the bug for that is they restructured how you set the text for it, and a lot of like how you set the materials for it. And if you try to use the old way, it would cause your game to crash. If you try to load a map with it the old way, your game would crash. And you actually had to delete every instance of that component and add the new version of it, even though they looked exactly identical. They were not. And it ended up costing me one of the levels that had a landscape on it as well, because I had just put the 3D text in the world, and even though I had deleted it before porting it over, it didn't make a difference. That level was just corrupted. I disabled the 3D text plugin and the level would load. So I was able to copy everything off of that level, build a new level by just copying that over. And you can't copy a landscape like that. That does not work. You can duplicate a level, but if I duplicated it, it would have the same bug, so it wouldn't help. I eventually got rid of landscapes because they're trash, but they're fine if you're always going to have it loaded, but because it was only in one room, I didn't want to have it loaded for every other room. Very poor optimization. Okay, let's look at the door here. I'm gonna go to this map and look at the door. I might stick with 5.6. I might just have to suck it up. 5.7 has been a real disaster and brings, like... But 5.6 brought with it the fixes to the game animation samples movement, because it previously had a memory hole in it. So it was a pretty big important thing to upgrade. The text plugin, the functionality they added was garbage. It didn't matter. Like, it wasn't anything to write home about. And 5.5 gave me mega lights, which before that had everything as like emissive things. The game looked very different because Lumen can't handle lights. And then 5.4 was where I got the game animation sample in the first place, which gave me an entire movement system and the ability to grab hold of things and like vault my way up stuff. So I mean, the movement went from like 0 to hero with that. So those were important upgrades. But 5.7 doesn't bring anything to the table that directly affects my game that I can see. If it seems right, yeah. I usually like to upgrade because people I assume want to watch the latest version of the engine. And also, in the future, they might release something that's good, so I might as well just deal with the upgrades. But that also requires that I can upgrade, too. Like, if I can't upgrade, then... You know, like... Cool. And usually I can... It only takes them one patch version. You know, like, usually it's the 0.1 version that I can upgrade to. But this is 0.2, and 0.2 is pretty broken. This is so much snappier. 5.7 is slow. It's so slow. They added all that AI garbage into it, which just means people can have even more trash code. Well, but AI told me to do these blueprints. Yeah, but the AI doesn't know the rest of your code. The AI just told you to put, you know, like, you know, to have everything in the game call upon your character on event tick or something. You're like, yeah, it's pretty much that. Only this one didn't have the headphone jack. You know, this is the iPhone upgrade without the headphone jack. Actually, this is more like the iPhone upgrade that didn't have Bluetooth. It's even worse. It's like, wait, we downgraded. But they added AI into it. Because... Sure. Why not? So far, I'm unimpressed with what AI can do. There have been a couple of times I found AI to be handy. And it's always been because of a math problem that was like, it's vector math that I can't figure out. The code it gives me is trash. It could never be used in what I'm doing. It wouldn't even work. But they can usually give me the correct numbers for math on things where I just... the one in built into the engine doesn't even work. Like, it can't even do blueprints. Apparently, it just doesn't know how to code at all. It's just there for the future. Like everything that Epic makes, it doesn't work. But it sounded good on paper. Watch just every new feature. So probably by the time Unreal 7 comes out, the AI system will do something. Yeah, that's right, I skipped 6. I assume it's just like the water plugin going to be just as broken throughout an entire version as as that one is through 5. Yeah, the fault of new stuff is like, unless something directly benefits me, I ignore it. And then, yeah, seems like a bad upgrade. I shouldn't have done it. Because these worked. The big change I did was, I mean, I guess AC Interactable got moved a bit around, but I could port this over and then just make the quick change again that I did to the other to... I'm gonna do that, why not? It might fix the problem. I'm gonna close the other version when I do this, because... No, I'm not. I'm just gonna make a new level. I don't want to watch it and go through and, Sure. Go through and deal with all that. Catching the same thing, let's do it, but who's telling me wrong stuff? Yeah. Like, I'd ask Grok questions, and it's just like, that doesn't even exist. You can't even do that. That's not in the engine. I would say, it's like, oh, you're right. Great, I'm glad you told me that. Thank you. Thanks for wasting my time. But I mean, to be fair, it has been right on the math on things. Where I wanted to get that cone in front of the player, like, for spawning enemies. Like, I understand how to get, like, a donut in front of the player, or a donut around the player. That's easy. Where it only spawns within the donut, like, not too close, not too far. Sure. But I didn't know the math to get a cone from that donut. Essentially where the player was facing, about 135 degrees. I didn't know it. So I was like, what is the math for this? Hey, Shani B, how's it going? You're just in time to see how broken 5.7 is. We're all excited by how broken it, no one's excited about broken. No one likes this. All my homies hate how broken this thing is. I'm gonna migrate this over now. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. Tell me, Matt, Jason, I think LLMs are good for it. If you know algorithms, yeah. Like, there's just vector math that I've not been able to figure out. Like, I wanted to figure out how to, like, I recently used it for trying to divide the map up into quadrants, right? Because I wanted to do the Metroidvania style map where it unlocks, like, each individual area when you hit those. And I used to have all these little cubes everywhere that you would hit, and it was obviously inefficient and terrible. So I wanted to have it break the map up into quadrants and then know which quadrant the player was in. And I had no idea what the math for that was. I just did. And a lot of these things get so complicated that nobody knows. It's not like you can just Google these things. I tried because it's like, oh, Google. Eventually I turned to the AI, it's like, fine. And then the AI gives you an answer that's got the wrong code, but the math's right. It's not broken. It's a happy little accident. I don't know about a little accident. It's definitely an accident. You ask if we're playing a description algorithm. That was XYZ. Yeah. That's fair. Most of the time it's just, often it would be like a node I don't know exists. And it'll give some way to do it with the code that doesn't work. But I'll learn the node I need and any kind of numbers I need specifically. Because I was just saying that the code to get a cone in front of the player. Because I had a donut around the player and I wanted a cone of 135 degrees in front of the player from that donut to spawn in. And I had no idea how to divide that into get the 135 degrees in front of the player. Oh, I haven't even bothered to ask the one. And yeah, like, I was using Grok. I haven't even. There's like the new one they added here. I'm told is broken as hell. So it's like, I see. Yeah, I'm thinking I might just ditch what progress I have for 5.7 and go back to 5.6 because 5.7 is so broken. Right now I'm trying to solve the door issue because the doors have had a godly amount of issues these doors have had. It's a problem. It's a real problem. I'm gonna migrate this one over again. I only want the main door thing. I don't want the rest of this crap, so I'm gonna check. These doors link to a lot of crap, by the way. It's because the doors have to do so many different things. They also used to be portals too, or had the option to be a portal. yeah, guitar Ellen Jones. Okay, yeah. Rock's not bad. It's just that it can't take into account what I have already. Like if I gave it all the exact code, it's too much code for it. It's not going to be able to do it. Too big of a project. So you can't expect its code to be particularly useful. But yeah, Yui has one that came with 5.7, and it's apparently just a broken mess. It doesn't actually work. It's one of those might work in the future things. You know, like Nanite and Lumen. They might work in the future. There's supposed to be a new version of Nanite as well. I have not tested it because I haven't even got their basic game to work before we talk about Nanite. Usually Nanite's the perfect way to lose 20 frames per second. You just enable Nanite and you lose 20 frames per second. What a great system. Or you disable Nanite and get your 20 frames back. I just wanted this. I don't care about the rest of this crap. 5.7 heavily. Yep. That's the one. Si, senor. And Samsung Fridge LLM. Oh god, there's... I don't even know what to talk. I can't wait till my fridge needs freaking, you know, firmware updates and sits there and gives me incorrect explanations about what food is safe for how long. It's like, oh, blah, blah, blah. This food, you can eat it 2 weeks after people die from food poisoning. It's like, it's fine. It's when you give it, it's when you take it away. Yeah, pretty much. It's just... It's a mess, man. Okay, well, I move this door over. Let's go a little back into that level. That's good. You're going for good high fidelity. That's a conventional LEDs to choke on. Yeah, I don't think LEDs are even useful, to be honest. I think data layers are the real champions. You know, I enabled this one time where you could see the collision, and it keeps re-enabling it. You cannot stop it. It's happy now. It likes the collision enabled. So I was trying to solve a problem. This problem is now back because of what I just did, but I want to see if this fixes the other issue, so fine. But yeah, the problem is actually not Nanite. It's DirectX 12 that's trash. Unfortunately, DirectX 12 is not actually, you know, game ready and never has been. It's only like a decade old, so you can't expect Microsoft to have it running well. I mean, Windows 10 still has problems. It's over a decade. Windows 11? Oh god, we're getting even worse. Decade from now, we'll be looking at Windows 12 going, wow, Windows 11 was good. Yeah, enabling that just, it's what caused the FPS. Like, I have rooms that just crash on 12. You can't even have it. So I just... But Nanite requires it. Lumen does too. But both of those aren't very good anyway, so I don't really recommend using them. Okay, so that's fine. We can see that they are now the right size. But let me introduce to you... Well, this didn't even fix the... Yeah. I don't even know what it's talking about. But one of the problems that got introduced with this bug problem here, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't even fix it. I thought I loaded up the game for a second because it's one of the most common tracks I hear. The hell? And this is the... I'm gonna reboot it real fast. 1 second, and then I'll read people's posts here while it's booting again. Because maybe I just didn't load the other version. Sure. A lot of sunk costs when it comes to the X12 5 slave feature. Yeah. Feel like Keenly, some optimized game for the handheld? Yeah. Just got the graphics to the bone. I'm still at 30 FPS, 40. Have you tried out the data layers yet? Because I mean, I was getting between 50 and actually it was 40 and 50 FPS on a 1060 6 gigabytes for my game, and it's not even fully optimized yet. But with data layers, you only have like tiny things loaded in at any given time. You don't have to load in everything. Like when I tried the H-load system, I couldn't even have all of my all the various chapters on the same map because Unreal couldn't handle it. I'd be getting like 10 FPS at best. But with data layers, I can have it all on there. Because data layers, unlike the H-load system, only load in what you're actually using. The H-load system keeps everything loaded. It's not what you think at all. It doesn't do anything. It does do something, but it's really limited what it does. Like the instancing kind of helps, sort of. It's good if you have to have something loaded. It's not, and it's like really far away and like that, then it's fine. But I suppose that's fair. Level instances are, well, I mean, I load in level instances too. But I mean, the level instance can be added to the H-load system as well, and it will cull stuff. It just doesn't do a very good job of it. Now my custom culling system is now data layers. They're just not loaded at all. I can have a map as big as I want now. The downside is having to get things that cross data layers and put it in multiple data layers. So that's kind of annoying to find out what can be seen from each, like, room. But other than that, also megalights. Megalights made a big difference. Holy crap, Lumen is not meant to handle lighting. I don't actually know what Lumen's supposed to do besides make everything hard to see. It's very good at making things hard to see. Huh. I don't know why you'd want to do this. If you try to light up the darkness, it just makes it all foggy and weird. Yeah, I might just be taking version of 5.6 and taking all the crap that I've done from this and putting it back in the other. Almost every fix, though, has been for 5.7, so... that 5.7 load time. Oh, yeah, baby. It's actually pretty fast for it. Yeah, I remember before Mega Lights, I'd have like 5 or 6 lights in a room, and it would hit huge FPS dumps. It was crazy. I mean, the doors look like they're not growing big anymore. So that's a good sign. But there's still that bug. I don't know, man. I'm not even certain what it's actually saying there. It doesn't even look like it completely copied it. Doesn't look that identical to this at all. I guess it sort of is. Well, the AC interactable was never part of the thing anyway. But why aren't they listed exactly the same? I just copied it directly over. Did I, though? One second. I think I'm a bit confused on which what here. So let me do some change here. Sort of make lights. They aren't fully compatible with nanite. Can you imagine? It makes a lot of sense to you because using conventional LEDs. I mean, I use whatever it came with. Like, I don't do any special LEDs like that. It either had LEDs to start with, or I didn't bother. I'm gonna load this to the project here. I use the H-load system, but like I say, if the asset didn't already have it, I just use data layers, so they kind of render H-loads meaningless. Sorry, and the LODs meaningless as well. Yeah, I mean, conventional meshes, yeah. I mean, they can be designed with different levels of detail at various things, you know, but have I ever made, like, custom ones? Not really. I mean, the characters have them like that because Daz automatically adds them. That's true. But I haven't really, ever gone out of my way to make any. There's, like, 4 major optimization things I tend to do. And those do so much that it's like, you don't even have to do any other optimizations. And you get like incredible FPS. Like the first one was changing the display size of textures so that they're no more than like 1024. Because you can never even see like a 4K or 8K texture anyway. It doesn't make a difference. Even if you blow it up to 10x the size, which I do for my game all the time. So that makes a big thing there. And then reducing draw calls by merging all the actors together, like of similar things. Then taking the things like splines also and merging those as well. Geometry brushes, if you use them, those kind of fall into the same thing. Now I'm using, well, the LOD system. Oh, the H-load system is obviously pretty good too, which involves level instancing and the like, and trying to, you know, have duplicate, you know, level instance everything, so it only has to load one of things. So that's that. And I use data layers, and data layers are like the big bad. But Megalites is super worth it. Like, Megalites is better for optimization than Nanite is. You will gain more frames out of Megalites than you ever will from Nanite. Also, if you're using DirectX 11, Nanite doesn't even work. So you just wasting your time. Actually, you introduce bugs because there's certain bugs if you try to use Nanite. Like if you try to fracture an object that has Nanite enabled using DirectX 11, the object vanishes. One clicks my merging tool for game. You can crowd with lemon. It's called the merge tool in C++. Surprise Megalites works with DirectX 11. Nope. You do not. It's easy to test. Just enable it, and then, you know, tell your lights that they can use Megalites, and that's it. Enable it in the project, enable it on the light. Done. Actually, I think it auto-enables it on all your lights once you enable it. That's it. It's easy to test. Take you like 30 seconds. See if you get an FPS or not. If you don't, okay, you're not out much. I send your project settings actually. Yep. Mega lights. Yeah, you click the Mega Lights enable, and you find a light. I guess the vacuum tube has these here. Where's mine here? And point lights here. Allow Mega Lights. Do those two things, and the light now allows Mega Lights. That's it. That's all you gotta do. You can test out if Mega Lights works. If not, disable it. You don't have to turn this one off. You just gotta turn the one off in the thing. That's it. That's all. And this thing. See what it does for you. I think you'll be surprised. God, the FPS game was incredible. I was like, that's why I switched to 5.4. That's why I endured that god-awful version. Man, I don't know what is causing all the problems here, but it's problematic. Anyway, with the other one closed, we know this is the version that's the good stuff here. I will once again send it over. Like I said, I'm kind of at a loss on this one. But to be fair, not every bug can be fixed, because some of them are just bugs with the engine itself. And there's just nothing you can do about it. I only care about the blueprint, so... Though this might be just a I don't need to keep saving. This might just be a wrap on this particular version. I had to abandon 5.7 and 5.71 because of bugs that could not be reconciled, so.
Did you see anything? No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good.
Catch you later, son of you. Thanks for hanging out. I said, give Megalites a try, man. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised, and it takes only like, you know, less than a minute to set it up. Unlike Nanite. Unlike Nanite. But yeah, thanks for dropping by. As I fight with these bugs and realize I'm probably going to be opening up both versions and just going back to 6. So much time wasted because I thought it'd be better, only to discover it most certainly was not. Imagine better. Who does better? That's weird. We don't do better around here. Weird. Give this person a roll. Attempt to give this person a roll. +1 minion. Yay. Love getting minions in the Discord. So and 5.7 just seems so broken. It sorts them differently too. That's interesting. It just seems like a natural way it just sorts. Like there's no other. Like I've copied this over multiple times. It sorts in that way. Oh yeah, the infamous 5.7 launch. Look at how long this takes. The first time you launch your game. It's still prepping textures, so I mean, like, I haven't even given her any abilities yet. We're still trying to prep in, like, you know, this low level. Look at how long this is taking. Okay, so I got those. That's cool. I was still loading something. Now I can load in the weapon eventually. Still loading in the weapon. There we go. Hey, Big D. It's going okay, I guess. I'm testing 5.7 and discovering I probably need to go back to 5.6 because 5.7 is a broken mess. This is 5.72, so just in case you think that they were going to fix it, this is the recent version that supposedly fixed stuff. It is slow and broken. But maybe the doors will stop being giant sized randomly, because they were doing that. They were deciding they were giant sized randomly. Not all of them, just some of them. There's actually nothing in the code that ever changes the transform of these things either, which is really weird. So I don't know how they could ever gain in size, but here we are. Oh, here's another one. The size has changed on it. Why? Don't know. It's just this big now. No reason. No. Just big now. There's another bug too. I fixed it, but then I just unfixed it by copying it over to see if I could fix the weird giant door bug. This is a new bug too. I don't know how this happened. Ah, yes. Feel free to load this in too. Blah, blah, blah. Alright, still waiting, still waiting, still waiting. Here's the other bug they introduced. Weird, huh? Sure looks like the door is open, doesn't it? If you run through a giant door. Works great. Little door? No. I actually know what causes this bug. This is a 5.7 special. Now, for some ungodly reason, text that is now has a really big hitbox, and you can't go through the text. That's right, the text has collision now. There's a message that says if you don't have the key, it springs up and says you don't have a key. The message is right here, which I can duck under it. So that's a 5.7 special. I fixed it, but I can't solve this giant door problem so far because I can't find anything that affects transforming the whole door thing. Not really. You have to consistently stream, and I haven't been doing that because I had all those health problems, so I just kind of stream whenever. If I wanted it, I could just simply stream every night around this time, and I'd probably eventually start getting him again. Thing is, though, is I don't actually, like, well, now I can get, like, you know, like, I get memberships in there, and now people can, you know, hand me money through YouTube if they want, but I still don't get money for ads, so sleepers don't do anything. This doesn't help me at all, necessarily. To be fair, until I get $100 through YouTube, I don't even get paid anyway. So it's not like over on Twitch where it's not like on Twitch where I monetize completely. YouTube, it's like, well, you got 500 subs, so you can do that, but getting more subs has been a challenge. I should probably make videos or whatever. I don't know. Reasons not to use Unreal 5.7 Volume 52. Engine bad. Don't use. That's like the whole video. Engine bad, don't use. Yeah, I don't. This is construction scripted thing, so. But knowing the construction script, do we ever change the size? Sets relative rotation, sure. Looks like it's only. No, that one's closed. It's not even open. Guess I'm gonna copy paste the code that worked out of this into the other. I didn't make too many changes that I can think of. And just go back to 5.6 because I think I've arrived at a bug that cannot be solved because it's not anything I'm doing. It's bugs in Unreal's code itself. Can't fix the underlying code of the engine. Well, I'm sure it's possible, but I don't know how. And even if I did, I don't think I'd take the time to fix the underlying code of the engine. I think I would just go back to the version that worked. So, thumbs down to 5.7.2. It sucks. One out of 10, seal of failure. So weird. Yeah, I just don't know. If I open, if I do that, like, just out of curiosity, if I open or close it, stop that. It's annoying. So where did it go? I'm assuming this is the door where they were in question. I opened it and then moved, and look, it's gone now. Where are you, door? Okay, this is the engine's fault. This is not something that's normal. Setting the rotation of something in the thing there should not move it to all zeros. Because that's what this location is. This is zeros. Let's test it again for fun, shall we? Get door. Open door. Where does door go? Door goes down to all zeros. They kick this one out the door, this engine. This is the second incarnation, actually the third incarnation of Unreal 5.7. The third. And they can't even get something setting rotation correct in the blueprints. And this was a bug that was even worse in 5.71 and 5.7. I guess I make a video later showcasing this to them, that this is a problem. Boom. And now it appears down here. And if you're curious, the is open code is open goes here. If true, set relative rotation of the door. Just the door, not the scene, not anything else, the door. And if it's a portal, there's a set visibility for this darkness effect. Somehow this puts it at all zeros. Obviously that's not what's supposed to happen. Wow. I'm glad I'm drinking, okay? That's my explanation for this. I'm glad I'm drinking. It's such a broken engine. And then this weird error comes up, which makes zero sense because there's only one root component. So yeah, like this is basic functionality that's broken in this engine. Oh, Jesus. All right, well, I'm gonna load the other one and go, you know, take a piss real fast or something while it does that. And then I guess I'm gonna go back to 5.6 and just copy over what code I can remember changing. Because 5.7 is slower, 5.7 brings down, 5.7 is broken. Still. Don't use it. Don't do it. It's broken at fundamental levels. Don't do it. Skip 7. It's worse than 5.4. It is the single worst version of Unreal Engine to ever exist. That's impressive because 5.4 was a broken mess that has bugs that still exist to this day, but at least it functions. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alright. Ah, the map that no longer is. I may yet still use it for something, I just don't know what. Alright, let's see what I changed and that I can even remember changing. The main thing was the new encounter system I know I limited dash on how often you could use it. Well, no, I limited the velocity on it. I guess I changed the coding on it a little bit too, so I'll have to change that, but I didn't change much. I believe the encounter system got some updates too for the. Yeah, so it's encounter system that. It's pretty much just like that didn't change a whole lot. Look how much faster it loads, and this is like a. Yeah, it's just load the engine initially the first time. All right, 5.7. What did I change? This will actually represent the first time I have ever abandoned a version after trying to switch over to it and spending more than a day on it. That's impressive. So overwhelmingly broken that I abandoned it. And I spent like 3 or 4 days on 5.6, but the thing about 5.6 was it was a fixable bug, because the bug was not in that it was coded badly. The bug was that they completely changed the 3D text thing. So I had to find every instance to replace it, and it broke a bunch of levels, but I was able to copy things off and only lost the landscape. So just took time to fix this. This is their poor coding. This is an unfixable bug. Impressive. All right, well. Probably gonna end up running a test of the game to see what's broken in the 5.6 version, because I don't know. Alright, so one of the changes I made was to the dodge thingy here. You open the other version. I don't want to have to redo the code, so you know, I'll just copy paste whatever from my other one. Don't do things twice if you can avoid it. It's a bad idea. I know as most of the game devs you'll see actually tend to do things twice, but hear me out. It's probably not the right choice. You probably shouldn't do that. You know it's fun, and you know, prior to you if you want to do it. I'm just gonna copy paste the whole thing. Old code, not great. I think the main changes I made were, guess I can illustrate them. A lot of it came down to. Actually, I think I only clamped it. I don't think I did. I think I just clamped it on the launch gear. I don't think I did anything different. I just didn't want it to keep multiplying. I think that's about the only change. But I don't remember, so screw it. I'm not going to compare the code back and forth. I'm just going to do this. And then do this. And then do this. And then select all this. And then do that. Yay! Much easier. One down. Ah, not one down. I redid this thing here for a curse check. So what is curse check? Nope, delete it. Paste the other one. Attempt to paste. Paste macro. Better curse check. Nothing but comments and real. You lost in Project without him. Also, the find reference by name, man, it helps so much. Yeah. Yes, it does. Alright, so that's a problem that Has been largely resolved. And then I need to fix the Puppet Master. Because the encounter table got changed. Alright. I didn't change this part. I don't think I did anyway. We'll find out. Wait, what? Oops. Almost forgot. This changed it so that it was the dodge cost divided by your total curse. So it always costs you a certain percentage every time you use it. Because otherwise it basically lets you dodge infinitely, and it was like the farther you got, the more you could dodge, and it was the dodge makes you invincible. It was too powerful. But that's okay. What is this awful ambient crap? Okay. And then oh, let me check the encounter delay map. I don't think I changed this, but I might have. No, it looks pretty identical. Yeah. I don't think I did. The main change is going to be this one. If I changed it at all. I might have changed it already. But I fixed some bugs in it, so I probably should just copy paste the whole thing and call it square. Yeah, I made some changes, but I think it's wise to just copy paste the whole thing. Can I delete a graph and then just copy a graph? Gonna find out. You know if my job is gonna start? Tell me what it's about. That does sound helpful. I don't understand having a job you don't know what it is. That's kind of weird. So apparently you can just drop it right on and it's all good. Happy, buddy? I don't even know what the changes I made. I remember those two got a massive change. I know I've been fighting with 5.7 for the last day or two. I made some changes to Patrick's room. Sure. Select actors and data layer. Oh, do I really want to do it that way? Oof, I don't know about that. At first I thought about it, but now I'm like, that's a lot of crap that has to be loaded. I think I just want to grab all these and then paste them. Yeah, it seems like a lot more work than just sitting there and repositioning them. Wasn't that bad. As you can see, these were kind of a little far away from the wall and it was kind of hard to deal with. First I thought it'd be cool to go behind them, but the simple reality is it's not. What are you? Why are you? Oh, from the Hall of Records, sure. Goes right here. Wait, why am I doing it this way? It was dumb. Just copy the one that's already in the thingy so I could just save myself all the trouble. That's how you increase your game's FPS by a huge amount. You go back to 5.6 instead of 5.7. As I was saying earlier, the closest equivalent is switching from Windows 11 to Windows 10. Or Linux. Actually, just switch to Linux and save yourself time, right? Apparently a lot of companies are now releasing all their stuff with Linux on it instead. Like a lot of the big companies. Like new, like, you know, Dells and Lenovo's and everything like that are coming with Linux on them instead of Windows. Or Chrome OS is the other one that's all over the place too. Yeah, especially in the education sector where I guess it's just a lot faster to use and cause less problems. I mean, everything's so web-based now. The simple reality is, if it wasn't for all the game dev, I would just use those. Like, I don't have a reason to... I don't gain anything from Windows except for that Unreal Engine is already enough of a catastrophe on this. I can't imagine how bad it'd be on Linux. So maybe it's awesome. Also, the Epic Marketplace doesn't work on Linux either. Though it did through Letras when I last tried. And that was years ago, so probably still works through Letras. Oh, actually it might not because Fab. They redid it all with Fab, so it might not. We'll have to see. But if it does, maybe. I just worry that the versions of Unreal Engine are so much worse than Linux. Maybe they aren't. Maybe they're awesome. I don't know why this is down low. It seems like it would need to be higher up anyway, so it looks like it's hanging off of something. I should almost give these cloth physics. Like, I almost want actual curtains and not these. Just so Poppet could run into them, and that'd be kind of cool. But if I decide to make the, you know, go from that 80% to 100% level of quality in an area, that's what I would do. I think I reduced the health on these. I don't know. I think I'm going to do that playthrough and just figure out all the testing things in a second. But at least I want to make this one change because I remember this being annoying. I think that's... Actually... Before I do these, if I made any changes, they would have been to the third area. Almost certainly. I mean, I'm not going to delete this version of 5.7 I have. You know, I'm going to keep it as it is, just in case I have, you know, can find something useful in it. Or I want to remake something or something, I don't know. I probably made lots of little dumb changes, just little fixes. I just changed a bunch of stuff in the freaking Hidden Grotto. I can't remember if I did all this entrance stuff or not in 5.6 or 5.7, so we'll find out on that. So looks like I did. I remember these have a problem though. These are in the lobby, but they're also in other stuff. Right? Yeah, they're in the toy maze and the... It's the downside of copying things from one room to the next. I have to deal with that issue. Of them, not loading. Oh, I have to remove them all from each of the data layers. Might take a second to look, so I have 5.7 open and 5.6. Poor Poppet, her hair is not attached to her model. And you see, you can just run through the door normally. I guess I moved all this crap over, I think. Did I? I could also just extend this farther out. I don't know. I'm not going to worry too much about this room right now. Because I will probably make changes to it. I probably H-loaded some... Oh, actually, I probably put some stuff in data layers, but that can easily be done later. I'm not worried about that because I don't have to do it either way. But, you can't copy-paste data layers. Does not work. Looks like everything is basically here for those. Did I make any changes to chapter 2? I might have. Today was not a productive day. But I got to chat with people. So it wasn't like the worst thing ever, but it wasn't very productive. Nah. He says waiting forever for these things to load. Every little sub counts, yeah. I mean, I learned that 5.7 is worthless, so that's not like a 0, I guess. Yeah, it looks basically the same, so this is still there. I'm gonna write this as the brig, even though it's probably gonna get rid of it because they don't match completely and I don't need to, but for now. I might have made some change. Oh, I know I made some change. I made changes to this. I'm gonna have to change those real quick. That's most of it, though. I don't think I changed much else. I mean, I added in blocking things right here. Move this over a little bit. I put 2 of these here because I couldn't reach the other otherwise. I set these things to have a different visibility option on them, but to not block visibility, so you could target things on the other side of them. So I'm going to do that really fast. ignore visibility. Doesn't ignore it here when clicking, but I move this over along with this key. Space these out. Well, I don't know what exact space, but I'm not going to worry too much about it. I guess I could copy paste them directly over, but whatever. I think that's almost everything I've done except for changing the void thingies. I mean, I'm sure there's something I did, but... So I made some changes to the other thing. I made changes to... you. And the only real change I actually made was its health. Like 150 or something. It wasn't a big deal. That should be the last change of any note. I guess I can quickly check and see if there's anything on the data layers I changed. For one. Right. I don't think you still work, so... I made some changes to you. Did I? Doesn't look like I did. Actually, this is text 2 there, so... Let's see if it works. If it does... I just need to change the number of the painting blockers, and that's probably good enough. I'm sure there'll be little changes. I'll just run a test. Because I had to change the code so you could actually do it this way anyway, where you could have two notes that are the same, because I was originally storing in map variables, and you can't duplicate an entry in a map variable. So there's an array exactly for this one thing. It's still up there, so I made that change. That's cool. Yeah. That should be good enough. F5.7. It is in fact unusable trash. Alright, and then the painting blockers. I'm just going to reset my entire to-do list since I don't know what I changed in this or not, so it seems kind of ridiculous to keep things as they are. Yeah, these got reduced by half because it multiplies its level against it, and they were just doing so much. Well, they took so long to kill. They're still not very effective in combat, so I need to fix that too. Unload everything. Drop a nav mesh. $200 usually covers the whole building. Not that I need to cover the whole building. I'm not gonna play beyond a certain amount because there's no keys beyond a certain amount. There could be if I wanted. I could literally just make it where the keys go all the way to the end of the game. That should be enough. Oh, actually, there was one change I wanted to make right here. Do I care enough to... yeah, I do, because this door was too high. I remember now. I'm gonna have to redo some of this particular thing, but these are pretty close actually here. That one's not. Jump on here and see if it kills me or not. Might. Also, can enemies spawn on it without them dying too? Sure can. This is a bug I have to fix, but we'll get to that. I mean, that was a bug I fixed before. Didn't matter when I first did, but I've moved this down a bunch since it started, so. I'll just do an in-game test. I'm not going to do a package test because that would take time to package it, and I'm not sure how long it takes. This one might have to cook everything again. I don't want to wait for that. That would take hours. It took like 3 hours last time for it to cook everything. But I'm more than happy to just run a test in the engine and have it be a little slow. Okay. Not as valuable as a package test. But I also want to see what's broken. That was not that I had fixed, but now I've unfixed. And let's just take all this crap. Because... yeah. Yeah, it's fair. Some of this, I mean, every music thing from Dark Fantasy Studio is like a cheap knockoff of something that's actually better. It's a cheap knockoff of something that's better every time. I'm gonna get some more alcohol before this playtest. I'll be right back. You missing messages? Nope. Nope. Okay. Let's do a test. See how it goes. So I can see what's still broken, because at this point it's just pure guesswork on what's broken. I guess I can turn the music off. I don't exactly need the music going. Watch new game's broken again. I hate the new game thingy. I've been broken so many times. I forgot to disable some crap. Whatever. I don't care. As long as it's relatively close enough, we're fine with the test. I doubt I'm going to get better than 30 FPS when doing this, but that's just how it is when it's not packaged and I'm streaming. So nobody's really surprised by that. Probably, maybe. I should probably
equip that tarot card. Yeah, I can't believe I said.
Feel that load time so good. I think I recorded exactly one thing from the AI thing to test. Oh yeah. Bug number 1. Right in the new life room. Doesn't reach the wall. I remember fixing that. Enemies didn't spawn. Enemies should have spawned right here. Tutorial enemies, and they did not. Why'd they spawn? I don't know. I didn't fix that in the other version either. Nothing in this room spawned. This door should be closed. We're gonna treat it like it's not. Like it's not open. Huh, that one got some distance. And you can't go in the paintings until later. But I haven't enabled that you can't go in the paintings, so we're just gonna not jump in the painting. Oh, I missed it. Whatever. Make my life hard for no reason. Enemy spawning in here? The test ends if the enemies don't spawn for some reason. Sometimes the nav mesh just gets messed up. There's no other explanation for it. The nav mesh will just get messed up. Even though I made one, you saw me make one. Huh. Well, so much for that playtest. What the hell's wrong with this picture? I'm not gonna run a playtest. The enemies aren't running. But I fixed them. I mean, I did fix it in the 5.7 version, but I just copy pasted it over in this version. Maybe it's broken. Enemies are spawning here. Okay, nav meshes are finicky. It only spawns if there is a nav mesh. So I have to find a reachable point. That's how it gets you could reach the plane. Reach Poppet. But sometimes when you add a new one in it, it's all messed up. It just is. Like it'll save, it'll seem fine. This is a 5.6 bug, I think, is when I first started seeing this bug. The nav mesh that says it works fine, and then it doesn't. This isn't even packaged. I've had it work not in packaged, even though it worked in engine. And the fix is to delete it and have it try it again. Sometimes it just creates a broken nav mesh. It's weird. I think what I'm saying is that Unreal Engine's gets more and more broken with each iteration, and they add no new features. Because all the new features are usually broken or in a pure experimental phase and can't be used, so it's like, thanks. Where is everybody? Just to double check, you work in this room, right? Did the enemies get deleted from the thing? Are they not in the? Are they not set up to spawn there? I mean, I didn't specifically delete that room. Nice. There's an nav mesh, right? Sure is. Let's try it again with feeling, shall we? First time I just didn't feel it. Oh, number lock. I used to have the nav meshes for each individual room, but the issue with that was every time I moved anything in a room, I had to keep doing that. It also takes forever to set up individual nav meshes for every room. But just watching it calculate over and over was super tedious. Nobody likes it. I think 200 gets all the way to the bottom. Yeah, it does. Didn't used to when the thing was like 7 stories tall, but it's not 7 stories tall anymore. Enemies spawn now. Any messages or? Oh look, that was the bug, a broken nav mesh. If it's a weirdo bug in some sort of new feature, I don't usually worry so much about it, but it really sucks when it's a bug in something that was like core to the engine. I have less tolerance for things that worked since Unreal 4 and no longer work. You'll notice the enemies were spawning. I mean, they're derping over there because the collision on that's kind of trash. For, yeah, I can't figure out what to do with it. Like, it's too much for it. It's kind of the big trade-off here is just how much like, detail in the environment can I have versus what can the nav mesh even have. Okay, so that fixes that bug. I would say like it's maybe like 10% of the time or something that bug shows up. I'll put a nav mesh down, it won't work, I'll delete it and then add it again and it'll work. No other reason. Just does. Neat. I did not enable test mode, whatever. I think it'll default me to that location anyway, hopefully. It will not. I'd never tried to open a level without this enabled. I mean, with it enabled. This is just so I could actually have it load where the camera is or load where a player start is. Because if it's not the game start, then it just picks wherever players like the last start thing is for it, and can just be where the anything is. It doesn't reposition the player, but otherwise it does. All right. We'll see if disaster's been averted. It's not as bad as 5.4's nav meshes. Maybe that's when the bugs happened. 5.4 brought so many bugs. Like there's some videos of like how broken the nav mesh was, and they would like the nav mesh would literally just jet out into the air and be these weird jagged messes. It was horrific how bad it was. It's wild. I've never seen the nav mesh do anything like that before or after. 5.4 was a mess, but not as bad as 5.7. At least 5.4 mostly worked. It also had basic functionality problems, though. Let's not pretend like it didn't.
I should probably equip that tarot card.
Yeah. And equipped it again. Enemies? These are supposed to spawn in with the room thing. I wonder if the room info is being triggered or not. I could just have the enemies spawn in like the spawner thing system, the same spawner system, not put them in this way, and then just put a giant, what are they called? It's the thing that makes it so the nav mesh can't go to an area. In fact, I swore I did that already. Huh. But if you go back to the videos of when 5.4 came out, you can just see how horrible the problems were. I mean, I've got hundreds of hours of 5.4, and you can just see bug after bug after bug. I mean, it was broken. I'm just gonna go out this way. We already tested that area. It was fine. Not much to test, really. Hello, enemies. Hello. 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 I'll run to the next room just to test. That's right, I'm the duck to get in there. Lately, this room has been very finicky, which is weird because it's an old room that I haven't made any changes to in I don't know how long. Because it was pretty feature complete. There's no real reason to change it. The last thing I did was add this trail up here, and that was like months ago. I wanted a place so you could fight the enemies. Plus, I got tired of tables everywhere. Tables everywhere kind of suck. Like, it just gets tiring to see it all the time. How about in here? I mean, the room spawner works in here. At least there's that. but the enemy's just not happening, huh? That's an interesting thing to test if the room spawner just doesn't trigger initially. This is just a cool image looking up at this. Just saying. I think it was cooler with the thing on it. Yeah. It's a cool image. Nav mesh. Or maybe I have to start the playtest from not the start menu and figure out what that bug is. That's weird though. Every time you go through a painting, it loads up a level too, so. No, they still don't spawn. This is not nav mesh based either. This is just spawn them in a certain spot. Or at least I thought it was, and maybe I changed it. That is unusual. This is just an issue with these things that I've been trying to get the timing right on this. When I load a level, I expect the nav mesh to work because it works when the level was already loaded, but apparently transferring to it does not cause this to be true. No. We'll start from here again. It doesn't matter where I click out, it'll put me where I want to be. In the box. Get in the box. I want to get in the box. I'm not sure if I want a little puzzle here or not. It's not really a puzzle, just, you know, go find this little thingy. Kind of gives you a second before the enemies show up.
I should probably equip
Yep.
that tarot card.
Yep.
Yeah, I can't believe.
Yep. Nope. So yeah, now it works. Epic, why can't your basic functionality ever work right? Seriously. Please stop releasing new features and instead release something to fix all the new features you gave us before. Nav mesh is not a new feature. It's actually from Unreal 4, maybe earlier than 4. I don't know. I started at 4, so in 4.26, nav meshes existed. That's where I started. So when loading the level, it doesn't happen. Okay. That begs, well, the thing is that's already on the level. I'm gonna test something here. I do still have the painting world level, even though I don't use it anymore. So if I load from here and then jump to a painting, will the nav mesh still be broken? Guess we'll find out. Okay. Eeny, meeny, miny, doesn't care. Got it. I will just stick from this room's here because it's the same room, so. I think the glass or something is blocking visibility on that, causing it to zoom in. I'm just gonna cheat. Don't care. The enemies no longer spawn. The nav mesh is not valid. Huh. Well, before I get crazy with this, we'll delete it one more time. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting closer and closer to writing my own thing where I don't use the nav mesh. To be fair, I already have to have something like that for flying anyway, because flying enemies can't use the nav mesh. No, actually, just flying NPCs can't use the nav mesh. Obviously, swimming ones can't either. If you're not attached to it, you can't really use it. You'd think they'd have one, but hear me out. They don't. Oh yeah, I already blanked this area out, so you can't do that. So where's it at? You can't tell everything's green. It's more green than green. Yeah, I already blanked this area. So enemies can't spawn in there, which means you have a bit of free reign. In theory, I could actually get rid of the thing where you destroy this there. It was mostly to force you to get a weapon. But I could make it where the fool doesn't break things. I'll just leave them open. Get breaking later. It's possible I explained too much in this room. Anyway. I might run a test where I just start from this level and don't bother to do the other thing and just figure that out later. Because I'm going to have to go down a rabbit hole and figuring out why, if this nav mesh doesn't work by me redoing it one more time. A lot of times that is the bug with the nav mesh. It just decided it didn't like it that day. That's it. There's no other reason. It just didn't like it. Happens all the time. I'll get like all crazy trying to figure out why something isn't working, right? Why the enemies aren't spawning, go through all these things, put print strings in my whole thing, trying to figure out where everything is, and then discover that exactly that was the problem. It just spawned a trashy nav mesh. That's it. That's all. It did. Otherwise, I'll just run a test from the other map and shouldn't be relevant because I don't ever switch maps anymore except for from the main menu. I used to switch maps all the time. We're just cheating now. I'm taking extra time, I don't care. That's a no for me, dog. That's all I gotta say about that. All right, backup plan because I don't want to mess with it. But now we know the nav mesh has some problems. I am on 5.6, right? This isn't 5.7. He says eyeing 5.7 going, I think 5.7 broke my 5.6 game. That's how buggy 5.7 is. Sure. Close enough. Game was already open. We'll get it as close as we can to a real test. That's weird. The package one worked fine too. Now I wonder if the package one have problems. I mean, actually, I'm not going to package it right now. I'll take forever. I'll spend the next hour or two running tests and then probably work on it a different day, not today, but if I'm feeling well, to stream tomorrow, honestly. No reason not to. Wait. This isn't costing me anything. I made it copy paste the fix over, so maybe the fix is broken. Of course it is, because I never introduced a dodge cost in here, because that was a thing I added. I copied the code, I just forgot to add dodge cost in here. It was -10. Basically, I want to eat 10% of the thing, but this works off in negatives, so. Oh, while I'm at it, let me close this crap. Cost something now? It does, good. Unlimited dodging when you turn invincible is pretty overpowered. I don't think that should be a thing.
I should probably equip that tarot card.
Yep. Yes, you should. Should probably have enemies spawn, but they didn't. Yeah, without cursor generating in this room, dodge pretty limited. I almost think I shouldn't give out dodge to start with, just, you know, one thing at a time. Like I said, I used to assume players were smarter than they are. After talking to a bunch of players and seeing the problems they have, I realized that the average player is really not very bright. It's like, oh boy. This might be way too complicated. Uh-oh. Like, things I thought just took for granted is just super easy. They're just like, I had no idea. I'm like, not for my game, but it's just for other games. I'm just like, I did this already in the other one. In time now. On the tent in the kind of horror. On the tent, with the key, there's multiple tents. It's just because it's doing this thing where, you know, it's blocking the camera and it's annoying. Hey, an enemy spawn. Great, yeah. That's so weird that when you load a level, from a level, it would not have that work. I don't know, man. That's such a random thing that maybe I need to just take out all the temporary files for the project and have it redo them. Which will take a few hours, of course, but it might just need to happen. Sometimes it just does. The amount of corrupted things in the engine is surprisingly high. You lived. You have enough health to live? Oh, that's cool. Excited about that. Just to see how it plays out. If I like them better where you just murder enemies super fast, or if I want the enemies to have more health. Usually I prefer the enemies get murdered really fast because they'll just start spawning nearby you again, so it provides you something to always do. Powerful enemies tend to just gobble up one of the spawn slots, so... Unless they're a, you know, story enemy or something that doesn't deal with, it doesn't count as a spawn slot. First load's worst load. The goal is to see if the enemies keep spawning too, because it's possible the enemy system when I copied it over didn't quite copy correctly. I'm hearing them still spawn though, so I think it did copy correctly. It's just they don't spawn on these pipes very well. You don't specifically need this key, but if you fall in the other room and you don't have this key, it's really annoying. Technically, you'd come up here and grab one of the crystal balls if you were getting everything, and I do plan to get everything, so. Even though I don't think I put in any of the story for other than except the very first one, but that's okay. Oh, I gotta go that way. Pew 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 pew. You work? Where you at? Okay, I don't have enough levels to throw it. Perfect, perfect. That's how it's supposed to go. Ow. They're doing random damage. Perfect, perfect. I'm just trying to remember the most recent changes I made, and if they're actually still here. Because I don't remember everything, but some stuff I remember pretty vividly because it was like only a couple days ago. Yeah, I really want the enemies to be more relevant. Like while you're standing up here, the enemy should be spawning and fighting you. Like I don't really want, like, there should be waves of course, but if you get this far from an enemy, those enemies shouldn't be there anymore. Because they're not relevant. And you can't just spawn every enemy in that level because Unreal can't really handle it very well. It doesn't... Yeah, like you put too many NPCs around, it has some real problems with that. But to be fair, I was able to get like 20 or 30 NPCs when I was doing the big test, so... Am I sure I'm not using 5.7? That was a bug in 5.7, I thought. I can go through the doors though, so I don't think that's the case. The city's H load isn't working. I remember I fixed this in 5.7, so when I transferred over, the same problem happened, and the way I fixed it in 5.7 was to switch it to the other option and switch it back. That's it. I did nothing else. No weird voodoo crap. I just literally told it to, you know, do the other, and then, okay, now go back to what you were doing. And it was fine. I'm starting to think Unreal Engine is more like the devil you know. Like, you already know what's broken in this version, don't upgrade. If I could take a couple features back to Unreal 4, I would. I only need a few features. They're very good. I don't want to bake lights. Baking lights is awful. It takes forever. Baking lights in this game would be, oh my god, I hope you have some hours. But, you know. No thanks. I could have gone taken the way down there because I got the key. Oh well. You're on level 2 at this point. I wonder if I made the enemies too strong in here. I don't know what level these are set. I need to add a level indicator to the enemies so I have an idea. Let me make a note of that. Now that level's relevant. It wasn't relevant before, so I didn't really care, but... I almost like them when they were way... Oh, actually, never mind. This thing's still alive. I was like... That died so fast! If this seems like it takes a while to kill this enemy, it used to have double the health. The last test I did had double. I had to sit here and just pound on the thing forever. I have no other weapon to fight it either. You just beat the crap out of it. You can juggle it though. You can also just dodge and keep slamming it too. They're actually really ineffective and need to be reworked so that they're more effective because they are just trash. I thought with extra shots they'd be good. They are not. Come down here. Like, so they're super ineffective. There's the light over here. I don't think I've ever used this light to charge up before. Yeah, this area down here could use some serious work as usual too. Like, I put a bunch of things down here just to make it more interesting, but the ropes just suck. They block enemies, they block you, they just... They're kind of annoying in a tiny little space. Ah yes, this room is terrible. Just terrible. Technically, there's an audio log over here. Even though they don't do anything yet, but... Technically, there is an audio log there. This is why it's terrible. These little pillows, you get caught in them. You can technically do this to try to get faster, but I wonder if we do this off. Oh, maybe. Oh, I did. Actually, it was really easy. Nice lag spike there. Not usually too worried about the lag spikes right now. It's not that optimized. It's more just checking for bugs and things I want to change. The fact you can just juggle these things is funny. And by funny, I mean it should not be. Because if you can just juggle them forever, then they just aren't even relevant. They need to be way tougher. Basically like little mini bosses, you know, they're part of the objective for this area to free the painting. Why didn't I turn the slide on? It's stupid. The dodge seems way too powerful to me. It should almost be like 20% of your overall curse to use it or something. It's really strong. Heck, you almost want the... Actually, no, I want this light off. What am I doing? Ah, come with me if you want to live. I'm basically cheesing my own game testing out the dodge here because the dodge makes you invincible. So every time he fires, I'm just using the dodge to negate his attack to see how overpowered it is. The verdict is very. But against other enemies that are much longer fights with better attacks, then you do run out of curse really fast, and you can use a lot of other abilities too, so I have to wonder where the cap on that should be. Or if sanity should be what's used as the stat for it. Could go either way, honestly. I don't know why I switched. Don't really care. I should have too much money too. Because I don't think I fixed the money on the painting blocker. Yeah, 300 gold's way too much money. That's okay. I'll do it in a second. Oops, nope. It's way too powerful now. I'm like over level because you shouldn't be able to get that many at that point there. Got that. Every little balance tweak helps, even though it's not always that useful. Oh. Oh yeah, the HUD change. I remember that. I forgot about that fix. I'm gonna copy paste those over. We speak of the 5-7 in hushed tones, for it is broken, and to speak its name will cause bugs in your current project, no matter which version you're using, because that's how broken 5-7 truly is. If you ask an AI for the definition of broken, it will just show you a picture of Unreal 5.7. I'm not sure if that's true, but I suspect it could be. Oh. Minor tarot cards, add blank white to the tarot rotator. Oh, you can't even see the tarot rotator because I'm on the wrong side. Let me move myself over to the other side real fast. Game testing scene. There you go. Now you can see the rotator, which is the quick way to switch between abilities, and it just the minor tarots are adding white ones to it, which do nothing besides make it take longer to switch. I keep forgetting I should switch over to that because there's nothing on the lower right side in the game, so it doesn't matter if I block that area, but there's a whole lot on this section. Yes, the super important log. Am I writing that as a joke because I didn't put any information in for him yet? This one's super important. Because it says so. What's it do? It says it's important. That's what it does. I see. How handy. It's like the middle management of audio logs. All you need to know is very important at whatever it does. It doesn't really, it can't really tell you what it does, but it's important. I don't know why I always put them on this side. I don't have to. I need to break this open too. Alright, I'm gonna kill these things. Yeah, I might want to reduce the spawn rate in this room. It's just, you kill the things and they're just right back. Just numbers to shift around, rebalancing things. You can drastically change how combat feels very easily by just simply changing a couple of them around. One of the regrets I have is there's no visual for that to see the water lower. Maybe I need to have some sort of indicator for that. I put a question because I'm not sure I'm going to do it. Versus things that are just broken, and I definitely need to do them. It used to be that was a reason to go up there to get a key, but there's no key up there anymore, so there's really no point in having a whole little side puzzle over there. To go all the way around. Other than it's just an option, but usually when you have a long path to go, I kind of like to try to reward the player. It takes a really long time to beat the Empress too. Well, I guess 16 minutes in so far. I did run the right way though. That was a pretty terrible jump. Whatever, I'll go save first. Can I make this jump? I don't think so. Yeah. This is a place where I use the blocking volume because running on this would have caused Poppet to float over and over, and I didn't want that. Once you get past the grid, you can just fall in the water. I'm not gonna protect you from falling in the water. I just didn't want you to have that weird laggy float crap. Worst part is I'm gonna get to Patrick and completely murder him because I'll have way too high of a level for him. Potentially 3 levels too high, and that's a massive damage increase when you're only supposed to be level 5 to fight him. Means I'll probably recommend mirror moments. No, not moments, but I mean like it'll be quick and ugly. I was arguing with myself on if I should change this here because originally it was the Empress to get over there, but because you don't use the Empress to get there anymore, like you don't have the Empress yet, you'd have to come back with it. I guess it's just an option for later, but there's just a way to get there without it. So yeah, the fact these things are just dying in the water is pretty obnoxious. I think they're spawning in the water, and I need to just put some sort of blocking volume, not blocking, the nav mesh modifying volumes in there to stop them from spawning in there. Spawn the thingy. Spawn your weapon. Thank you. I guess we fixed that the other. I'm probably just going to wait till 5.8 for the next upgrade, just skip 5.7 entirely. That will in fact be the first version I've ever skipped since starting. But it's also the first version that brings nothing to the table too, so. And the most broken, so between those two things, there's not any real reason to recommend it. That was sloppy, but it doesn't really matter. This is the alternate way. Instead of taking the cords up, you can do that. You can push on the window and cause them to not open all the way. This lets you skip a whole bunch of the cords. Basically that whole area up there if you want. If you bring a block over, you can actually skip this jump too. Which might be technically faster. If you get like 3 blocks up here, which is actually slower to do, but you can actually skip this cord too. If you want to. I don't know why you'd want to. It's much slower, but you definitely can. I definitely tried it one day. I was like, alright, can I do this? It sure can. Should you? No. But you can. Don't want to stop you. Technically, I can grab this key and then go back down there, and I should have done that in order. That's probably a better plan. But anyway, I opened the last one, I have to. Oh, nope, can't throw that. Let's go ahead and just grab it. Okay, you can just drop it on the lamp piece right there and it actually gets you up here. Originally you were supposed to get 2 of them, you're supposed to get the one from over there, but I found I could just do this, so I cheat my own game all the time. I'll play it like the player probably would. You know the player's gonna cheat. You could probably actually carry multiple ones over there and pull this off too, if you wanted. But you have to climb up that way, and I'm not actually certain it's faster than just using the plant over here. But I haven't grabbed the Empress yet, so it's way faster, technically. Oh, I'm gonna cheat and do it without the Empress. Really? Man, you try and you try. That was just sloppy. It gets caught on things. It's kind of annoying. Also very bouncy. Not what I was really intending, but not horrible either. Oh, I ran out of curse. It's kind of the downside of the light block. Can't gain curse back where the light block is there. Oh, I actually don't think you can make this jump anymore. Oh, I could actually have just probably put him on top of that. Oh, I'm dumb. I could have just put him on that. Dumb. I'm just curious if I can solve this puzzle without it. Pretty certain I can, though. Would have been a lot easier fighting up the cubes up there, though. I'm nearly out of curse, though. Actually, I should probably grab the other one waiting then. Get my curse back. I keep changing the numbers on things. Guess never decided to stop something. Oh, well. I mean, you know. It just means you're supposed to stay inside and do your game dev, that's all. Man, this is so much worse than the other method. I'll go to the other method. Once you see the other method, you'll see why this method was awful and not a lot of doing it. Whee! Oh, use double my curse. I mean, it would cost way much. Maybe 10 is enough. My curse is low all the time. Well, 10%. Sometimes I flub this one jump here. Usually because of a lag spike. Unless it's in a playtest build. But in engine build, it lags a lot in that one spot. I'm just bad at my own game. That shouldn't have been a hard jump. I made it look hard. The skill, you see. Man, that's unfortunate, because if I could have gotten, if I got in the key from Patrick's room and then killed myself intentionally in the game, I could have spawned right in the room next to the thingy. And that would have been, like, way more efficient. Nope. Screwed it up. Damn. Go outside and plow, but you see, the secret is, if you just wait, eventually it will melt. Ho, 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 ho. You just never go outside, Smile. If you never go outside, you win. Yes, yes, that's the secret. Imagine unironically going outside. Who does that? Weird. Curse me, there's no enemies in here, by the way. Yeah, normally you just jump on this and then just, you know, go. And you can just get up here and get the key. Like, the other way was just this really ridiculous method. I was like, oh, maybe if I just pile these. And you probably could get 2 blocks and put them on top of this. I actually don't think that's true. It might be too many, because if you look at the size of that, it's really tiny. The blocks have to get above, like, taller than the plant. Maybe with 3 bricks, you could probably do it. Or 3 little cubes. I can see it. I'm doing it in this order because if I die off, then I'll know that it won't matter. I can just spawn where I need to be. That's been great. This year we haven't had any snow. It hasn't been even below freezing yet where I'm at. Nice. Gotta get a little higher up here to make this jump possible. It can be done. Oh yeah. You know what can be done? It can be done if you grow the plant. Well, the secret is just live at a low elevation. I used to live in the mountains. It got cold in the mountains. I did like that little place. I like the little small towns better than I like cities, but there's also no money there. Unless you have a job that exists outside of there. Ow. Mean. I hate that the city's not loading. At least I know it's not 5.7 because I was able to go through the doors without problems. I blocked the chat partially. Swear to God, I'm just running back in somewhere in Spain or something. I mean, you know. You could. I don't think Spain's my first choice, but it's not my last choice either. It's definitely a choice you could make. I've considered moving to a southern state. Southern state doesn't seem so bad. Oh. Yeah, follow her, huh? Oh. Follow me over here, huh, Sarah? Nice, nice. Welcome to the Twitch side of the force of streaming. He jumps off the thing. Oh, aha! These are breakable now. How many gears or something to this? Holy crap! Look at all these that popped out of there. Let's see. Add gears and extra pipes to the cast registers so that they explode in a more fun way. There's never any point where I'm unhappy when they explode and pieces go flying everywhere. It's just one of those feel-good moments in gaming. Oh yeah, the list will grow a bunch. It'll be ideas, things I need to fix, you know, it's whatever. Gotta test your game. I had this list for 5.7, but the issue is I have no idea what I fixed on that list, so I have to go back through and do it anyway. So I basically wasted an hour or something because I played basically Patrick or something. I might play longer this time, depending. I mean, I got people, you know, hanging out chatting with me right now, so the other time I was just playing by myself, so it was less enthralling. I didn't really need to play beyond Patrick. I already got this. I don't even going this way. I already had the key. I don't actually know why these are here, other than I just wanted them here. I guess it's a little toy place, so just something else to throw at the enemies. Did I ever adjust their damage in this one? Oh, that's right. Some of the projectiles are broken now. Yeah, the damage got adjusted. It's a lot more fun when enemies spawn. It really is. Like, when there's lots of enemies to fight, it's more interesting than the calm moments. I think it's correct to have lots of enemies because it's very easy in this game for the enemies to just not be relevant. It happens all the time when the enemies just aren't relevant. Oof, that path right there. See, I merged a bunch of these together, and then I changed the collision on the thing that I was merging, so now they're not very good. I could do complex on it, and I might just, I don't know, or I might just put a blocking volume in there so I don't have to remake the whole thing. Because I don't want to remake the whole thing. Hope everyone's paying attention about all the ways you're supposed to go. I made it so they all talk on top of each other. It used to be that only one would talk at a time, but now they feel much more in sync. Not that it really does much other than get in the way of doing anything and eventually kill you. So, I mean, it does have a problem, but I definitely think the weird little insanity thing is, or the sanity thing is not that as prominent as it could be. I also can't make it too dark because then you can't play the game. You do have to do a lot of jumps and, you know, there's a lot of instant death on the line. Yeah, see, I'm 2 levels too high for Patrick, which is unfortunate for certain. It's much faster to do this. Okay, it's much faster to try to jump there. Thankfully, I landed on this, so disaster averted, but... Well, there's like +1 level in there too, right? So I'm actually going to be 3 levels too high? Oh god, Patrick's going to eat it so fast. It's going to be a sad fight. He might not even get to his final phase. Might just be able to rough him up completely. Oh well. You're not supposed to be able to get that many levels, but Annie's usually was after. Oh, the portals are just the effect for spawning the enemies in. They just look cooler, honestly. And then when you kill them, they spawn away like that. Is there some story reason? Not really. Oh, I'm gonna intentionally kill myself here. Because I want to end up over by the spawn point. Okay, I thought when I did that I would respawn, but okay, I didn't. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, I wanted to be here. Can I get... It's hard to stand on this because of the way it does the grab thing. Gotta do it like an angle or something to do it. Can I make this jump here? Yeah, you can do this. I'm looking for ways to cheese my own stuff. Oh yeah. The enemies never go away. Like, but one of the things I recently did, it used to always be that there was a donut around Poppet where it would spawn, where it couldn't spawn within a certain range of her because I didn't want it on top of her. You couldn't spawn like beyond a certain range because I wanted them to be relevant, and that always followed her. It's just that now it is a cone in front of her instead. So it's only like 135 degrees in front of her of that donut. That was one of the big changes I made. So now the enemies are in your way a lot more instead of behind you. They're still behind me a lot though. They don't always feel relevant. It's a real struggle because if you notice, Poppet's really fast getting around places, so... And it gets worse as the game gets by. Her mobility gets so heavy. She just get everywhere she wants. See, aren't you running by all these enemies? That's the problem with this dash too. Dash is too strong probably. Now for the hardest one, up to Patrick. I flub this one all the time. Can I make this jump if it's like that? I think I can, yeah. Some of them you can jump, okay, not so much. So some of them you can jump onto even if they're like large, other ones not so much. Can't remember which ones are which, but... I don't think I can make this jump, but for science we're going to test it. I sure as hell can't. Okay, so this first one you have to actually do it this way. But yep. I gotta make the enemies more relevant, that's... I used to have enemies spawned in like specific areas to make them more relevant to where they were at, but the issue just became Unreal Engine doesn't handle that very well. I've done a bunch of things trying to make the enemies more efficient, to try to have more of them on the screen too, and I can have quite a few of them, but Unreal Engine does not like stuff on the screen. It's actually tied into the same system that acts as the AI for all of the enemies. There's a little puppet master thingy that literally dictates if the enemies what they do, and then also decides how many they spawn out. The encounter system is tied to it and everything. It calls them too. I mean, it does all the stuff. The cool thing is I can actually have I can do like a test area, and as long as I drop a nav mesh and tell it the name, like a room info to tell it which room I'm in, the other thing you can just start spawning enemies like it's a level. You want to join me? Wait, but yeah. Well, basically, it gets to about 60 to 70 FPS if it's packaged and I'm not streaming. That's pretty much where it's where it sits, and I can't really get it to go any better than that so far in my testing. But to be fair, there's still optimization that I just haven't done yet. Yeah, this one's really hard to get because those pumpkins are unforgiving. I'm gonna rough Patrick up so hard. That's sad too, because I want to test the other things more, but eh. He's set for assuming you're level 5. But the way the damage currently is set is Poppet does her level times the damage of the weapon, so she does so much more damage. Like later on, it doesn't make as much of a difference, but the difference between level 5 and level 8 is actually a pretty heavy amount of damage. So, poor Patrick going down. I got rid of the instant kill fields I had briefly had here. This fight was super hard at that point, like way too hard. He's got thousands of hit points, but he's gonna get blown to bits, so I don't know what he's gonna do about this. He's just gonna get destroyed. 160. I should just hit him with the full. I don't even know I'm using these. I mean, I'm only doing 160. It's still a big number, but 208 that time. Yep. Now the UI divides the health up. The pink ones are 1,000 health. The red ones are 100. I'm gonna need to probably divide it into percentages of his health, because having a dot for 100 is almost irrelevant when I'm hitting him for big, huge numbers like 208, you know, and this early on. I mean, he's just going down quick. We haven't even got to the second phase yet, I think, but we're pretty close. He'll start firing things in the second phase. Third phase is the only interesting. Oh, he's already in the second phase, okay. Yeah, this is where it gets exciting. This one's open. This one. But he might just die in the next hit because I have so much health. But yeah, these fill up with water. This thing goes down and the party begins. And if you were outside during that, you just died. Congratulations. Jesus. You just spawned enough of them there, buddy? Ow, friend. Yeah, that's what I thought would happen. I set up a thing where there's like certain points that are more vulnerable, so you do more damage to those. I might just take that out, because we do triple damage when they're vulnerable, and with the extra levels there, I just did like a disgusting amount of damage to him. He was not meant to deal with that. So I knew that was about to happen, which is sad, because the little, like, you know, I call them Patty Kong fights are interesting. But usually once you have to go through like maybe 4 or 5 of them. So I'll probably cut out that thing. I mean, he's going to get way more health, obviously. Stupid that he... Like I say, he's not supposed to fight someone who's level 8. The damage increase is so high. I might change how the damage is balanced too. I just did a quick, like, you know, number there. Right now the damage is your damage, your level times damage for when you hit them, and their damage is their level plus their damage on you. It is optional, but right now it gave out way too much gold, so I was able to buy a bunch of levels too early. But I also put the shop where you could buy levels before Patrick. He didn't used to have that. So there was potentially 3 easy levels you could get. If you wanted to grind, there's actually 1 additional level and a weapon you could have that you shouldn't, but it's hidden behind 10,000 gold, so I figured it didn't matter. There's nothing actually up there. But I make him tougher because it's assumed that you'll get at least 1 of those levels purely by math. Like, you know, you'll kill enough things that you'll get 1 of those levels. I mostly need to reduce the gold though, so you only get 1. And I'll probably increase his health a bunch to make up for it. But you also had to find every tarot card I did. Yeah, that's the thing is, like, what I need to do is ignore all story. Don't include any story. Just put basic instructions on what to do in the game. Waiting for the story to take long, and then let people test that. Just a quick explainer on how to do things, not the final version of anything, just so you get an idea, because I can't really tell on that. But right here, I should only be like level 5. So I'm entering this 3 levels too high. And to be fair, nothing here really Like, you're already gonna beat the crap out of most things here anyway, so it's not like a big deal. Oh, I need these. In fact, I don't think it's... Your level's not super relevant most places, except for the bosses. Yeah. Well, if you don't find any of the level stuff, then yeah, you're gonna be like under-leveled, and then it would be a really hard fight. I'd probably take out the vulnerability thing. I just don't like the triple damage there, or maybe reduce it. There's also no indicator for him being particularly vulnerable there, but... Basically, after one hit, he teleports away, so you only get the one hit on him. Then you have about 10 seconds to wail on him again before he does it again. I could also give it a longer phase in between as well. Basically, I want you to climb those little, like, you know, Donkey Kong knockoffs at least a few times, because that's the whole point of the fight. And also, the difficulty spike between him and Vu is huge. Vu takes like 20 minutes to beat. Might as well... Some people call her a Dark Souls boss. I was like, I don't think she's that powerful, but she's pretty tough. I need to rebalance her maybe. I don't know. I tested her and she didn't seem that bad, but I shrunk the area she's in, so I'm gonna skip a bunch of stuff here because I put cubes, and whenever you have cubes, you can usually skip a bunch of stuff by using the cubes. I've actually found the cubes to be the more interesting way of doing things, even though there's a way you can get up the Hierophant. Throwing requires so much curse. Ugh. Curse you light enemies. Any enemy that emits a light is so obnoxious. These enemies always have more health. I'm just getting my curse back while I wait. That's the thing I'm testing right now. I'm trying to use dodge a lot to see if the dodge is too expensive. Because sometimes it's really overpowered. Like, one of the best strategies is to simply dodge directly at the enemy because you're invincible. And you can still use your weapons while dodging. So you're just invincible. It's a fun extra strike that I use all the time to make the fool better. Eventually you get things that aren't the fool, but it turns you into kind of a projectile. I actually do not know what these abbreviate for. Probably not. That's my explanation. The draw calls are going to be pretty bad right now, and that's purely because I'm streaming and the game isn't packaged. It gets 60 to 70 FPS when it's not, so like... Actually, the draw calls aren't bad. It's just that my FPS is going to be bad because my computer is kind of a potato. So don't worry about the FPS right now, particularly, because... my computer's just a potato. This room's also the worst room in the game for FPS for some reason. I can't quite figure out why yet. Well, I mean, I don't know necessarily. I usually just use data layers, and these aren't only loads in which you can even see. It's not like the garbage H-load system that doesn't work worth a damn. Like I said, I get 60 to 70 FPS otherwise, but... Only when not streaming in the game's packaged in engine and streaming. Yeah. Unless people want to pay me lots of money to get a better graphics card. Takers? Any takers? Anyone? No? Okay, I didn't think so, but you know.
I'm a failure.
Never hurts to ask. Can't wait till it reaches the point where all the AI people buy up all the graphics cards to the level where it's like mortgage on house, or down payment on a house, or a graphics card. Let me go find some light real fast. You could skip one of the puzzles this way, so I'm doing that. Though I think that this is actually slower. Because you could just do the Hierophant thing here. Of course, I got to get my curse back to do that. This, I really don't have to get much curse, so there's that. Yeah, you just do this. Cubes beat puzzles. Guess I should make note of those things before they vanish from the Twitch chat. What are those? Itchy nose. Oh, the instant static mesh. See, if people just stopped abbreviating things. I already have instant static meshes that I use for the with the edge load system as well. I have the well, I have packed level actors, and then I have, you know, level actors. So I can just have duplicates of them. Yeah, the other way is to simply use the Hierophant to get this way too, but I don't want to do that. Nah. This is already beyond the demo anyway. This room still could use some work though. Let's see here. Through the pillar, one of the two. She could have spawned, I didn't see. First time I've actually played this room since I changed it. It needs more to it. I just think it's boring as it is, but... Oh. Maybe I should get up here quickly before I die. The ghost girl before I sit there and make a note about that pipe. Pipe near the door of the waiting room. Doesn't touch the ground. It's the little things. It's not breaking anything, but, you know, it's awkward. Oh, I forgot something. How badly do I want the extra level? I can come back for it. I love the bouncy couch. I don't care how unrealistic the bouncy couch is. It's too funny to me every time I bounce on it. Ah, back to the control room at some point. She's all lonely down there. You see how it is. Poor ghost girl. She's just waiting for me to fall. I understand. Just bypass that.
You're going the wrong
Put this light on, exactly that. Technically, if you fall down there, you can use the flower to get yourself up if you want. But let's just skip that. Right? Perfect drinking game. As soon as you need to get your sanity back already, just drink something. You gonna load that? I had a fix I did, I just didn't put it in. It's in the 5.7 version. I need to pipe it over. Oh, I skipped the room over there. Man, I'm skipping things. Do I want to go get it? Whatever. I'm technically 3 levels too high anyway. And there's nothing from there that's actual necessary over here. Oh no, there is. God damn it. There totally is. I'll have to backtrack if I don't get it. Fine. It's only because I want to get everything. Just because I'm testing, I want to get everything, be certain. Lag, lag, lag. This is hard to jump on. I thought you could easily jump on it. I mean, you can, but...
We're all mad. You're going the wrong way. I'm a failure. The gear is my name. Why are you talking to me? Why are you talking to me? I'm a failure.
I gotta get my sanity back. Let's just leave that room. Hey, Applebee. Most things really at this point. Now that I'm back at 5.6 and not using 5.7, the disaster version. Oh god, 5.7. They need to ban people at Epic from vibe coding, okay? Like, seriously, stop vibe coding Unreal Engine. Basic functionality no longer works. Watching the Game of Thrones show? How you liking it? It's the Dunkin' and Egg thing, right? You can actually catch yourself on the lips of these things, and it's really tedious if that happens. You're very unhappy if it does. That's going on? Yeah, I mean, just basic functionality that was working in other versions just doesn't work. Like, things are just little things, like, you know, moving things inside of blueprints, transforming like that, are just broken. It's like, I keep running into problems with that where basic functionality in those is messed up, so I've been less interested in doing it again. It's good, faithful bugs, think of the series, the word spoilers, but say this. I realize free benefit from which to oh, fair enough. Well, the big problem with anything in the Witcher, in the Game of Thrones universe, is the actual Game of Thrones series had such a crap ending that even like a bajillion years later, people still talk about how bad the ending was. And it really just shot every other possible series in that universe in the foot. Catch you later, Bird. Thanks for hanging out. You're going to miss our important discussions about Game of Thrones, though. In that universe. I am now 2 levels too high? Damn. Crap, any person I feel like an RPG. Yeah, I could. If it's good. I don't know. If it's made for a modern audience by like EA or something, it's just gonna fail. So, you know. I can get behind an RPG for it, depending upon who made the RPG and exactly who that audience for that RPG is. I'm definitely hoping for, you know, the same audience that was for the first 5 seasons of Game of Thrones and not the audience that was for the last 3. Yeah. I gotta take this out of here. Technically, if I just put any zones where it is right here in this thing and didn't bother with the other, I could actually not have to rebalance the game at all, which there's an argument for that. I want to make a better shop system too, where it's actually just a menu system, I think, than what I'm currently doing. Stuff spawns in here? Really? Really? I'm considered in the control room. That's not right. Let's see. The storage registers as the control room. Yeah. At least happy to hear that series is good, because, you know, I'd like more good series to watch. There's plenty of garbage series out there. A good series is always welcome. Rare, but welcome. Oh, I wonder if I fixed this or not. I did. Okay. Blood that.
Ouch. Ow.
Correct. I should probably up the damage on the enemies since there's healing now. That's true. Oh, I thought there was nothing there to grab. I was like, wait a second, where'd it go? It's here. It was just waiting. And watching. Wee. I kind of like having enemies in here. But I'm curious if that thing just reads the wrong thing or if there's no room info or something here. Hmm. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen CS:GO surfing, but I wish I had a surfboard in the game. I'll see I have a better map system too. I find I often take a couple steps back before I do a jump in these things. I probably don't have to. I probably just do a bunch of jumps. Leave back. That's fair. I don't think I've ever watched him, but I've heard the name before. Weep. You can no longer enter the stratosphere by multi-dashing anymore. That's nice. You'll, 5 dashes to leave the map entirely. Oh man, that spot is awful. I deserve that. Oh, I raised the fog up in here. Forgot about that. Not sure if I like it or not. We'll find out. Oh, oops. Uh-oh. If you fail that jump, you better run away real fast. Where are you at? Uh-oh. Oh, I forgot to let this here. Missed that. Come on, Cube. Oh, that's right. There's no light there. But there's lights right here. Wait, what did you say? Let's see. Oh, wrong one. Blah, blah, blah. Carpeting. Okay. Just talking about anything really and playing CS:GO Surf. Oh, fair enough. I mean, that's half the fun. If you're just playing a game, you talk about anything you want. Life's just easy. Doing game dev and you got to sit there and code all this crap. I mean, I can actually just grab this, I think, and can I? Yeah. I want to get my sanity back. Yeah, it's fine. And this is not unlocked yet, so okay. I should have jumped farther forward, but I didn't. Yeah. Got my sanity back. Took a bunch of damage, but I can get my health back too. Yeah, see, this is one of the problems I have is the enemies are all spawned down there and they won't come up on the table because they're already spawned down there and they're not far enough away. So I probably need to do some sort of relevance thing to make them a little more important here. Silent Hill out here. You know, it's funny, when I first envisioned the city, I envisioned a dilapidated hellhole, and it's actually a little more dreamy and not much like that at all. Wow. Uh-huh. One hit. That's not supposed to happen. I mean, I almost envision like this, like like a sinister, almost SCP city, and yet it's just not that. Part of it's just I don't have assets that make things I really want. Part of it's I've just gone with a more, you know, cartoony feel to the game in general. Oh, I can just cheat and get up there. Well, never mind, I don't want to do that. I want to kill that. Some of these plants are really hard to bounce on. Oh, that's something to jump on. This one's the worst one, the lot. To the point I almost want to take this particular plant out of the game because of how hard it is to jump on. These are supposed to take a bunch of hits to kill, but apparently I'm just the chosen one. I guess I don't need the light. I'm grabbing everything. I usually forget about that one when I say I'm grabbing everything. Just saying. They're gonna have story involved too. Actually, this is technically faster if I'm real quick.
Shooting star jumps over you're going the right way. Whispers. Stew and rum doesn't like wall taxi. Are you? It knows. The ether hums my name. You're going the wrong way. Nobody could ever love me. I'm more star. They're all searching to unravel my dreams to the a shooting star jumps both ways. Steam whispers. I'm a you're going the right way. I'm not talking to me. They're all going. I'm a failure. Just like the ether hums my name. I'm a failure. It's a liar in a stew and rum.
I missed a message. I saw something flash at the corner of my eye there. Nope. A lot of this stuff's worked pretty well. It's not that many bugs given the given how long I've been playing. I haven't set any enemies for the second area, so this will probably just be up to beating Vu up. Oh, there's still an item I have to get. Oh, and I jumped down here first. Forgot about that. I can get it on the way back, I guess. I haven't put hints in for the music puzzle yet. I'm gonna write that down there. Kind of important. I almost want a book to get back up. I don't think you can. I think I need to, that's, well, not if I threw that jump up. Now there's a key in the upper corner up there that I need to go after. This one is set to be really easy right now, so I don't have to remember much. I can just do that. Well, I did all the library blockers, so technically I can get the painting on the way back too. We'll go after that in a second. Oh, Temperance is broken. That's right. Maybe I don't want to play because all the projectiles are somehow broken. Wait, that one's in the... How did you get in there? I've never seen one spawn in there. I'm kind of happy they did. I haven't found a good way to spawn them inside the drawers yet. It would be cool if you just opened up a drawer and there was an enemy inside. Wow. Oh yeah, that's right. Projectiles are broken. I already know they're broken. I forgot to change that. I don't know if I want to fight her knowing that. That's a real problem because this is just outright broken if memories... If it's... Well, that could have been 5-7. Wow. We'll come back when I have something to shoot at. Shoot at those. Yeah, they're broken. I don't know how they got broken. They were working and then they aren't now. That makes Temperance garbage. I just wanted to run across it and make all the notes. There's no other explanation. Good enough. I really gotta apply the fix to this thing because it's not spawning it. So I had it spawned in. If you go straight to the tarot menu, it works every time. It's just the little rotator kind of sucks. How much gold do I have? God, 2,495? That's so much. Originally I had all the extra tarot cards costing 100 gold each, by the way. Except for Wheel of Fortune, which is 10k, but that's because I don't want you to get Wheel of Fortune, but if for some reason you really want to grind that much, like I want you to come back for it. Hey, 10k, you want to pay for that? Sure. So technically you can have Wheel of Fortune way early. Technically. I know the key over there. I think I did. Find out. Whoa, you can fall out of that. I'm gonna add little holes in the floor so you can actually break these open and get inside here. You can already get inside here, but I'm gonna have a thing like this, but it's gonna be protected by probably the moon tarot or something. You can't just go straight down to the moon tarot. And then you have to come back to this room with the moon tarot and you can find some sort of secret thing. Oh wait, did I take the secret out of this room? I didn't have to grab that from there. Oh, damn. Unfortunate. Took it out. This thing seems kind of worthless. Maybe I can use it up. I took most of those out because I don't really like them very much. I missed this jump, didn't I? Nope, I didn't. Can Temperance at least break this for me? That'd be helpful. I need my sandy back for this run. This run's somewhat longer than I want it to be. No. Jesus, Temperance. That's unfortunate. A fight with Vu without temperance is not going to be fun. Man, I didn't realize how broken this was with the fix I did. I knew it was broken, but damn. Yes, path's kind of a long way. There's a light right here? Oh my god, there's a light right here. This is cheating big time. I guess it's not technically cheating, but it doesn't make any sense. I don't want to go that way.
The ether hums my shooting star. Why are you talking to me? I'm not talking to me.
Well, technically, you have one level too high because the star is apparently available too. I made a bunch of changes when I made this, but the star should technically be available now. It's kind of a gimme, really. Make certain Annie's on stuff didn't double spawn. Hour and 10 minutes to get here? Damn. I did kind of dick around a lot. I'm not sure. I just went and grabbed everything. Yep. I can't just grab this, right? No product for you. I mean, I'm almost a quarter of the way there. I could grind for it if I wanted it. I don't really want it that bad. Though I do like Wheel of Fortune. It is a fun weapon. I don't actually think it's particularly good against Vu, though. Is it really faster to go to any of these particular rooms? Actually, I do want to go to the carnivore room. I don't have double jump though, so it wouldn't be particularly fast. I was going this way. There's basically a certain point in the game where I go back and grab everything that I missed because you get keys later and then you run back to all the rooms and get the items from those. Get yourself really high level. I think Vu's set to level 15 or something like that, so I'm technically not even the right level for Vu yet. There's something like 18 or 19 potential levels. I guess 20 now, because I added that in. I don't know why I went this way. I could have done a much smarter path. I made my life way harder for no... Oh wait, I have the key. What am I doing? I don't know what to get up there. That's the upside to going to the storage room. You don't actually have to get the key. Well, you don't have to run all the way around unless you want to. Hello. Bye-bye. You're pretty fast, so I don't know.
Too long a stick is not all that great. My boilers glow. I'm not talking to me. I saw the future. I saw the future. The air shimmered of rust. The wall talks to me. I'm not talking to me. Is omnipresent. I'm not talking to me. Star and all tick to my ravenous. We're watching me mad. By midnight. The ether hums my name.
Can I open? I wonder where that one is. I had to think about it for a second. I guess there's only 2 keys I need to get. There's one over in the control room, one over in the carnivore room. They're pretty far away. Not keys, but I mean, well, actually there's 3. There's one here. I don't recall which room this was in. They do say on the bottom, it says within alcove surrounded by books. Hidden alcove? Yeah, so it does say. That would be the first one I got when I went outside the window and came into those, you know, that secret area and killed the painting blocker. It's not very hidden when you have to go there, so there might be an argument for not putting it there. Yeah, I should be high enough level to fight Vu, basically, before I even get through the playroom. I already got that level. That's one of the things, because the levels are all achievement based and that you have to go find the dumb things. It does encourage you to do a lot of exploration and backtracking, because I mean, you kill the enemies till you're blue in the face. All it does is give you more money. Go ahead and do that. I mean, there is a reward for money, but because the enemies are limitless, I didn't want you to just stand in one place and just grind to get whatever level you wanted. That just sounds awful. First off, it doesn't sound fun. Second of all, I don't want to offer the player, you know, a play pattern that isn't particularly exciting, but they're rewarded for doing, you know? Like, if the play pattern is fun and they're rewarded for it, that's great, but I don't think anyone wants to sit in one spot and grind forever by just endlessly spawning enemies. I mean, like, you can, but it's kind of the thing you do because you can't, and because it's overpowered, not because it's fun. I think finding the levels is significantly more fun. You could opt to not find the levels. You can still kill the bosses without the extra health and everything. It just takes a lot longer, that's all. Yeah, level 15. Have I missed any things? I don't think so. I mean, there's one in the Hall of Records, sure. There's one in the staff-only room. And then I'm not going to get Wheel of Fortune. When I say I get everything, I don't get Wheel of Fortune because that's the 10k thing. I ain't doing that. I know Wheel of Fortune works. I've trusted Wheel of Fortune in picking it up. I do not need to test getting 10,000 gold. I really want you to get it closer to around the 3rd chapter, but I figured I'd let you have it early if you really want to grind. Gotta reward you for grinding, right? You stay in here, I'll stay in here. I'll change the music in here. Not sure if I like it or not, we'll find out. Does make it seem more exciting. Where are you at? I prefer she be behind me, not in front of me, you know? That's more concerning if she's not where I can see her than if she is where I can see her. I actually just want my curse back. I don't even want the other. Oh, the music's not set to loop, huh? Wait. It does. Like I say, I'm so much more concerned if I can't see her. She can appear from the smoke anywhere and you just die if she catches you, so.
The ether hums my name.
I want my sanity back now. You need her to despawn. Get away from me, lady. The save zone will cause her to randomize where she's at, but that does not necessarily mean that she won't just pick the same spot. She likes to do that sometimes just to be annoying. She's over there. One of the secret doors opens from too far away, apparently. Sometimes I think there is too much curse like that. Or like it's too cheap to dash. Oh, that's right, I can't wave those closed. I still need the key. Something bounced on the couch. I wish I could bounce on the couch. I like the bouncy couch. It makes me inappropriately happy. Oh my. I might want to put something in where if you stand still for a certain period of time, you gain all of your curse back. Because there'll be points where you're just standing there, like, you know, at a safe point where no one's around. So maybe if, like, you don't take damage or you just don't move, or no damage and don't move for, like, say 15 seconds, you just get all your stat back. Like all your curse or sanity back, depending upon if you're in light or the dark. Nah, I don't know. At least, man. I really want to minimize the player's wait time because I find that annoying too, but so far she hasn't, you know, just jumped me out of nowhere like she likes to do sometimes. I've definitely died in this room more than a few times. She does like to do that. Worst part is this way is actually usually really dangerous. Thankfully, I was already past her when she spawned, but there's no guarantee on that. She doesn't know she just spawns. I've seen her spawn right here, too. And just, anytime you're about this milk, there's a chance she just tries to kill you. Not always. The lower section's easier than the upper section for certain. I might actually want to keep the same music. But I usually like to have more active music when Charlotte's around, so that you know she's around and that you're in danger. As opposed to, you know, here where you're just in the bathroom taking a bathroom break. Memory serves this is the better way to go. Uh-oh. Aha, I remember your foot. You can catch me. Oh, crystal ball right in front of you. Actually, the other way is better. Damn. Is it? I don't know if that's true. Can I fall through this? I certainly can. Huh. Well, maybe I can just cheat my way through this then. I didn't anticipate the, you know, that problem, but that's okay. You're not supposed to be able to fall through there, so it's why I'm not too worried that it didn't load the area when you do fall through. If anything, it just made my life easier, so I just go right back. We in fact are all mad here. This flower is completely unnecessary. It's just there to freshen the air, let's be real here. Where you at? I don't know where she's at. She's over there. I saw her leg. If I did this, I could have gone up and down without having to do that anyway. This is the last key I need. So far, she doesn't really pose much of a threat, and I don't like that. I want her to be more obnoxious than she is. To be fair, I also know where to go. That often helps. She's right behind me too, by the way. In case you didn't notice. Oh, nope, that was her leg stuck through there. She is a ghost, so it's fine that her leg sticks through things. Not really moving. There's 2 playrooms. Make secret doors, check. For the room you're in. Most things do so that it doesn't, you know, trigger through the wall. I do it with the lights too. Because, well, it's pretty obnoxious if it just does that. You're like, okay, cool. You know, if the lights work through the wall and everything like that, it's not very neat. It's not like that very much. It should be all of them. Not enough curses. I do run out quite a bit. It does seem like it might be a bit much, but maybe not. The amount of times I've been waiting for my curse to come back is very high. But the issue is you can dodge 10 times, and then while she's in the darkness, she's probably going to gain another 2 to 3 dodges in the time it takes her to use those. So she's got 12 to 13 dodges before she really truly runs out, if she has to all the time. So that might be a bit much. I'll take a quick bio break before I fight Vu. All that alcohol is starting to win the fight, if you know what I'm saying. So I have the key now. There's no quick way down, I think. Let's not go that way. Well, I mean, there's a quick way down if you go back to the beginning of the second floor. That's true. You could also just go through the washroom. But I try to cheat my own game all the time. You'll see me do that a lot. That time it loaded. That's interesting that didn't load the other time. Make Charlotte smoke in the playroom only spawn if she's on the right level. Because I think she's spawning in the upper area and the lower area all the time, and it's not really despawning her. It's kind of obnoxious. Gotta unlock this so I can get back there without having to go through playroom a second time. And those things are terrible. They don't hit crap. I'm gonna have to beat her with just this. This is like not the most ideal weapon for certain. Like, I'm gonna use it, but it's not that ideal. No. I don't even know where this key is. Offhand. Oh, it's in the was in the piano room? Or the music room? Sure was. I'm usually level 15 when I get there because it takes so long to grind the money, and I don't typically grind the money. Because that's awful. I mean, I would if it was a serious playtest thingy, but that's a lot of time invested to test something I don't care that much about. I actually have not gained any money since. That's interesting. Enemies don't seem to have the drops I was expecting. I don't know. Thankfully, it'll pause right here anyway, because the timer is set for only checking if the game is not paused. So I'll be right back. See if I missed any messages. Might have. Nope. Okay. Yeah. It's been for like 5.5 hours so far. Lost I've streamed that long. Let's see. So, yeah, and it doesn't change the time at all. Oh yeah, then the waiting room is another level. Technically, I can test all the way up to I'm pretty certain the depths control room in the next chapter, except for that there's no enemies. So it would be kind of a crap test, and some of the jumps I just move things really fast. So I'm not sure that would even be correct or not, but we'll find out. This is obviously the fastest way because I could just slam this door open here. I'm realizing in testing this that certain things I don't use. Like, I don't use the explosion thing with the Empress, like, ever. Because I made the Fool so effective at clearing enemies that this is basically only... I switch it to heal and then never explode other than say, oh, look, you can blow things up. I use Temperance a lot when it works. I have yet to use this to heal even once. I have it. I used... Oh. Did you... You suck. You teleported literally was... I mean, I wasn't paying attention. That's my fault. Right. I gotta give her a jump scare, but... This part's not even in the demo. Well, yeah, it's not even the demo. So... Okay, it might make it to the demo, but the first playtest version or whatever is only up to Patrick, so... I did deserve this, though. I could have gone up and around, and I didn't do it. I also could have kept dodging forward. Deserved. Gotta give her something. Okay, I can make this jump. Oh, that was... How did you get in your little spinning thingy? I didn't think enemy spawned in here. Oh, I gotta switch to this. Let me check my list for things, places they can spawn at, because I could have sworn there's one more and I'm missing it. So originally I had it like this. I got those. Star Painting World just technically be Haunted Gallery. It should also be later, but whatever. I'll change the name on it. But Haunted Gallery. I got the Ace of Cups there. Machinery Room, I got that too. I got the Hierophant, obviously. And the Chapel one there, sure. Just got this one in Hall of Records. Those are all in storage, but they got moved to the Haunted Gallery, so I got these three. I don't get Wheel of Fortunes, that's fine. I could have sworn I got the one in the Carnival. I got the Chapel one. Got Temperance. Hall Records key, sure. Staff only. I should be 18. Clearly I'm not. Does the stat menu have a list here for my collectibles, or which the minor tarots, or do I not have? Sure. Okay, so 3 aces. 4 aces. I'm missing 2 of the 2s and 2 of the 3s. But which 2? I have the 2 of cups, 2 ones, and the 2 of diamonds and 2 of spades. Oh, sorry, it's not spades, it's swords, cups, pentacles, wands. So pentacles and swords for the 2s. So 2 of pentacles, storage, 2 of swords. I guess it didn't count. Okay, that makes sense. That would explain the ones that were messed up in there, right? Not this one. That's or anyone who subscribes or hands cash or whatever, they get added to the credits of the game. Just in case you don't know, that is a thing. You do actually get added to the credits of the game as a supporter. And you can actually get added by donating. You can get added in the credit multiple times by actually donating on every platform. There's a section for what, subscribers on Twitch, donators on Twitch, members on YouTube, donators on YouTube. And when I am streaming on Kick, which I haven't done in a while, then technically on that. So you could technically get in there 5 times. I think the most famous is like 3 at this point. Just a funny little thing. I wrote something down about white tarot cards here. But actually, 2 of swords and 2 of pentacles didn't get added to that minor tarot map variable, I guess. I suspect that there's one other one that didn't too. But it also doesn't really help to tell me which one I didn't get. Because technically all the 3 should be in there as well. Right, should it? Let me double check. They're usually near the end, right? So Charlotte's bedroom, so 19, sure. So I'm missing exactly 1. So 3 of swords, 3 of wands, 3 of cups. Sure, everything but the 3 of pentacles. So the 3 of cups didn't happen either. Where's the 3 of cups at? It's probably also in the shop, right? Yeah. Well, it's difficult to tell which ones I don't have. So I'm probably not going to focus too hard on it, but... 3 of wands. But I keep getting the feeling I forgot something. Also, with crystal balls, I probably forgot something. Wherever 10 is. I think 10 might just be in Charlotte's bedroom. I think I just have the numbers weird. And I haven't even put a lot of these audio logs in. I think I put a couple of them in just to have them. So other than the levels being an unexpected number, 1 too low, and me being unable to remember exactly where, I mean, I guess I could go check real fast. I did go to that room, right? I mean, I could have sworn I did. To the carnival room? That's the only one I'm not 100% certain on, but... Hour and 29 minutes before we're not even at Vu yet. This is to get everything, though. I always say that chapter 2 is about 2 hours to get everything. And I know where to go. Mostly. I keep changing things, so sometimes I forget, but... Yeah, I don't know, I think one of them just didn't count, like it has a duplicate name. And they didn't notice. I was pretty thorough, though, in getting everything in this thing, so... Oh, I guess... Oh, I should have gone to the new life room. That would have been the best key to get, best place to get a painting. That was a mistake. Stay away from the smoke. She wrecked you once before. That should be everything. Like I said, I assume that just didn't count one of them, but other than that... That is really surprising. I could have sworn there was exactly one other one somewhere. Sometimes she grabs and doesn't pull herself up completely. That's always kind of weird. You know, it is what it is. So, an hour and 30 minutes, and now we're running to Vu. So I'm 2 levels higher than expected, but that's fine. That's within tolerance. It's not like with Patrick where I was 3 levels too high and he just got destroyed, because early on those 3 levels are huge, whereas later on those 3 levels don't matter that much. Like, they're fine, but I'll probably just increase his health. I thought his health was kind of low anyway. I mean, I want the little end fight thingy to, his little, like, you know, Patty Kong mode to be longer. But he doesn't have Vu's regeneration or anything, and Vu also has a lot of health, so. Let's see what's broken in this room. No Oliver. Yeah, the NPC system is broken. No Oliver or Charlotte. In Forbidden Toys room. Sounds so epic, like it's the end room. I also want to make it where the masks are kind of watching you the whole time. Can be seen through the other stuff. Like, they're out there watching, but it's not quite. You can't really see through the thing there. This room needs to be closed. This should not be open. I'm not going to go in there without fighting the boss, obviously, but. Yeah, I want these to be visible through here and everything, so I went through and fixed this so you can't get out. So that's good. Technically, I can use this to fight her. I made her smaller. I also shrunk the area, but now she's a lot more accurate. But she's still a bit stupid in the first phase. Yeah, she has... I mean, if you look there, she had... what? 10,000 some odd health? And Patrick had like 3,000 or something? So yeah, I think Patrick just needs more health, to be honest. Yeah, the first phase she kind of just derps around. It's not a very long phase. Oh, you know what? Let's play with the star. I originally counted this thing so broken that I took it out of this fight. I just like to point that out. We'll see if it's truly held up against that. I mean, don't get me wrong. If you've noticed, I've just recovered both my stats. So it is very broken. It's a very overpowered toy. I just forgot about it. What makes it so overpowered is you get to use it while running away. Like, the entire thing is just you running away and, like, gaining all your stats back. Which makes it very hard for the enemies to do anything about it. So, it, like, is deceptively overpowered. I hate these white ones there, it's very annoying. Like, right here, I just go, oh, look. Well, let me load it real fast. Just like, yep, run away. Get all my sanity back. Get all my health back. Cost me some sanity, don't really care. It is draining the opposite way, but it doesn't drain as fast, so it's not 100%, you know, just 1 for 1 or anything. I don't know, it's pretty much living up to being as overpowered as I remember. I did take it out of this fight for a reason. Once she starts summoning helpers, it becomes less effective. When it's just her chasing you, it's not anywhere near as overpowered. Oh, it's way more overpowered. Technically I can use this against her too, but I don't know. I think the Empress kind of sucks, to be 100% fair. Like, I need to make it faster or something. Something hit me for 0. What? Because I shouldn't be taking 0 from anything. There's no defense stat in this game, so you just take damage. Oh, you know what I need to do? Let's see, upgrade. Reduce. We'll call it a stomp, but it's not really a stomp. To do is based on level. The system for doing that is new. So not everything has been upgraded yet. So occasionally I've forgotten some attack. Are you the Tinted Zero? Hit me, please. Please? Please? Buddy? Pal? Friend? Yep. Voodoo dolls do 0 damage with their spin. I was at one point making it so that everything was all part of one system to abilities, and some of the stuff didn't get adapted over. You gonna load it? Load the star, please. Thank you. Yeah, this thing is as disgusting as I remember it. I would have taken damage there, but so what? Look, I'm right back at full health. Just keep running away, get all my sanity back. I think what I hate about it is you don't have to wait by anything. Like, there's no point, it doesn't force you to stop, ever. Which kind of makes it overpowered. And normally I would have Temperance too. That combined with Temperance is gross, because you just run away the whole time, and you just have Temperance firing at them over and over. And all you have to do is occasionally remember to be in the darkness to get your sanity back. Oh, no, to get your curse power back. There's currently nothing that regenerates your curse power. It's possible some abilities might do that in the future. Maybe. I'm making a point of just using this overpowered thing. The switcher is really broken right now. Good times. Yeah. I might want to make it harder to get the star or something. It was kind of dumb. Normally you want to clear all these mobs because they do damage to you, but since I'm taking 0 from all of them... Oh, we're doing that now, huh? Fine. These are gonna suck. Because they're kind of annoying to catch, and... they might not do damage though, so I guess I gotta test that. They are, after all, Vu's unique helper. So. Oh, I forgot. The fool has a grow big ability. I forgot all about you. Not even sure I like this ability existing in the game. It's overpowered, but I am fighting without one of my weapons, so that's fair. Get my sanity back. It's so broken. I thought about letting it throw shooting stars or something as its other ability. Just make it like the best thing ever. I mean, you could make the ability based upon, like, you know, using sanity or something, you know, and a stat you can actually recover with it. Then it would just be, you know, that little machine that worked all by itself. I used to not like how big the other one was because you could lose her in it, but at the same time, the other one was so big that it actually made it hard to keep up with stuff. Now they're kind of easy for me to just murder. I also really strengthened the Fool. Its hit rate, the hit active time is huge now. It also used to only be able to hit one thing at a time, and now it can just clobber everything nearby, making it kind of an anti-AoE thing. Actually, a good AoE weapon up close. It's a really good weapon, actually. Also, it's free to swing, which is kind of the only one of that. All the melee weapons are free to swing, so that makes them very beneficial. Oh. Yeah, I remember now. I remember this thing all too well. Just look at how ridiculous it's been. Every time I get in any kind of trouble, I just run away and start using the star, and I'm suddenly back to full. I've had more trouble shifting between it and other things because of the broken rotator issue than the actual enemies. Some of them aren't doing damage, though, to be fair, so... And some don't have their damage scaling, so they should be hitting me considerably harder than they are, if they're hitting me at all. But that's why we test. Yeah, I haven't used the Empress even once. I probably should try it out just to see if I even like it, but I think it needs a rework because it's... I never want to use it, ever. And that's usually a sign of a weapon that sucks. Except as a healer, but even then, it's kind of lousy with the star running around. It's also really trash in this fight because of the rotating arena. Like, you'll just do way more damage with the Fool, so you should just use it. I think this doesn't have a cost to it or something. It seems weird. Let me double check, but I don't think it does. I'll call it full super. Doesn't have a cost, and sometimes animation. Oops, for growing it. Not very good English, but I don't really care. They're just notes for the test. Soon to be removed. Where's your helper? I gotta have a better instant death. Whoa. Got a better instant death thing. It's still rotating. Usually it stops eventually. I care more if this goes away or not. If that doesn't go away, that's a problem because it's blocked out. There we go. Why is Voodoo's pin still here? In a way, it's kind of cool, but I don't usually like to leave things in there because, you know, Unreal Engine hates everything. Pin didn't disappear. Overall, it's worked fairly well for what it is. Man, I forgot how broken this is. I should have been using this the whole time. I never have to stop running with this dumb thing around. I've been arguing with myself on if you should have the ability to regain sanity like this. Because of how overpowered this is. Like, look at this. I'm just getting all my sanity back. It's like, oh no, I lose some health. Oh, maybe not. I can change the numbers so it's less effective. It's a certain percentage of your thing back. It's not even a high percentage, but it's enough that it's very overpowered. I think he's in here. I think he fell through. But maybe not, because Charlotte was supposed to spawn too. And she has not. Oh, well there's number 10, by the way. I'll technically get it. So far, it's an hour and 14 minutes to get there. I guess to be fair, I hadn't really tested that fight with freaking the star. That thing needs a nerf or something. It used to be you'd switch the Empress to heal, but now I'm starting to question if that's even necessary with the wrath of the star running around. Basically, the Empress seems crap. That's what I'm saying. Like, it just seems so bad. With how overpowered the Fool has become. With its better AoEs. This room hasn't really been done anything yet. It's just pure concept. But you can still technically grab the key out of it. That is true. And that also opens a secret way out. So you don't have to go back the other way if you don't want to. Then technically you would go to Hidden Grotto. That'd be more of a story room with some puzzles in it, and I haven't really done that yet. Technically there should be a key for this, I guess. Did I ever even include that? This room needs so much work. I don't think so. Well, at some point Charlotte's bedroom needs some work. There's no minor tarot card in her bedroom. Charlotte's bedroom. Key. Needs to be finished, I guess. It's, I don't like writing generic crap like that. For it to be. Apparently it's to not be right now because I didn't put B in there. I don't know if the puzzle will even be set for the other place. Technically, I could run in the other room and the other place and play it through it without having any encounters. So it won't be very exciting, I don't think. But just for novelty, I guess. This has to be faster. This entire room is full of light, so you don't have to worry about any problems here. I might go in this way. This seems so much slower. Oh, what am I doing? Well, I should have broke that first. That was dumb. Can I load this? Those white tarot cards really screw it up. Confuses the system. I'll shift through them real fast and it'll just mess everything up. So if you're curious, I went through 78.57% of that floor, skipping big sections of these here, and I did not go through all that. It's actually kind of hard to get some of these, but not that hard. 16.67% of that, and 3.33%. So about 20% of the game, which is to be pretty expected for Chapter 1. And that took about an hour and 43 minutes. To be fair, the bosses should have taken longer, but you know, some of us were cheating, and those people will remain unnamed. By cheating, I mean I just didn't balance it for that. Had an ability that I'd never tested before. The bosses didn't do the damage they were supposed to. Yeah, there's a lot of things that probably weren't right. I've also got a lot faster doing it because I've done it so many times. I actually don't mind it though, to be fair. How much money do I have? 4,760. So even with the increased money, I still didn't get enough to buy that. I can just increase the amount too. I can just give people lots of money. So I kind of didn't want it to be like, you know, huge stacks of cash like that. If I just put keys down in enemies, this whole next area would be fairly playable. It's just missing enemies and the keys, honestly. I need to remove some buttons in an area that shouldn't be there. Oh, besides that... Oh. I'm gonna write chapter 2, so I don't care as much about these, but Hidden Grotto, ramp from a safari room is high. Oh. I'm pretty certain I added in painting blockers at least so I can get into here. I've conveniently forgotten where I put them, but I guess I remember a couple of them. Normally you'd have to find these things if you want to unlock the paintings, but hear me out, I cheat. Well, I mean, I know I built it, so I don't know if building it is cheating per se. Maybe it is. It does. I hear him somewhere. I know there's one on the other side of this wall. I want to do different ones for these areas. I just haven't done that yet. I mean, it'll be a similar idea. I want to make them a lot harder. Or maybe just a different type of enemy entirely. I don't know. They're definitely crap. While I'm at it, let's write down. Make the painting blockers have better attacks. Or just... make the painting blockers more effective. But they are lame. Where's the last painting blocker? Hear it. Alright, Star, you know what you're supposed to do. Be overpowered. If it loads, you wanna load, buddy? Hello, friend. one of the things you can do is you can just sit there and get your sanity back with this thing, and then you can switch to the Empress and then use Curse to get your health back. So it's kind of overpowered. Oh, I should have stayed on the Empress. I needed it for growing this. Yeah, sometimes the little switchy thingy is not very good. Oh, don't do that. Oh, there's a land here. Now you can watch it go real fast. Because there's no drain at the same time. So it's just... I need to make the numbers lower or something. It's just so overpowered. It's so innocuous. It doesn't seem like it is. And you read the numbers for it, it seems really weak, but it is not. Why didn't I double jump? Huh. Oh, I think this was fixed in the other version, and I didn't fix it in this. I'm willing to bet that the, it said strength 1, because I took out that there and made it where now it's just levels, but it used to be there was strength 1, 2, and 3. Oh, wait. Give double jump. Technically, I can cheat to continue if I want. Apparently now I'm level 36 though, because it just stacked them on top, so. But I'm not fighting anything, so it's fine. But I should actually be somewhere around like level 18 or 19. I wasn't certain this jump could be made because I would literally just remembered I moved in the other one, so I just did this real fast. I didn't put anything up there to grab, so there's no point in going after those, I don't think. Those buttons shouldn't be there, so I'll play like they aren't. There are painting blockers somewhere. Maybe there's one over here. Yeah, one's over here. No. I forgot you could just knock it into the water and kill it. Tink actually makes a joke about that, how like there were like 4 of them in the safari room and they all met accidents, strangely, you know. It's just, you know, they just fell in the water. It's purely coincidental. I forgot the exact wording, but she was saying exactly that, because yeah. Oh, now I have extra abilities I shouldn't. Like I have Wheel of Fortune. I guess I gave myself the star though. I wondered if I would have lost it by using that, but nope. Well, technically, if I want to unlock this painting, I gotta go back up this way, because I don't think there's another way to get there. If there is, I don't remember what it was. I mean... No, I think that's actually the only way up. I might make a second one up. Make a note of that. It's in the... Hidden Grotto. Put a question mark, because I don't know if I want to, but it's good to note these things, even if I don't know if I want to do it. 2 to go. Whee! Oh, I forgot I double jump. Whee! Wee wee! Oh. Is there no way to get to these pipes? Did I take it out? Huh. Oh, that's awkward. I didn't see any messages while I was looking over this, did I? No, not really. I've been streaming 6 hours. I was having fun with it, so you know it is. Wee. Yeah, there's no actual way to get into that. I don't actually need the painting. It's just, you know, I was trying to get everything. There's not a lot of collectibles in this area, though. God, this char's so good. I'm gonna have to do something about the Empress sucking. I put a key up here, but it doesn't actually go to anything, I don't think. Oh, maybe I didn't put a key up here. Whatever. This key is in the lamest place possible, by the way. I thought I'd point that out to you. I haven't filled this hole up yet, but to be fair, there's so much needs to be done here. But I should probably mark it down. Mark it off. Well, now it's just make a way up to get to the pipes in the grotto. No question mark. I just need a way. It's kind of important. Can't unlock the painting otherwise. Well, without flying. I mean, you come back with flying. That's kind of ridiculous that that's how long you'd have to wait. Probably not necessary. But with the water here. I know I have to add things to data layers, but I'm not writing that down because I want to make certain the rooms are really good before I do that. Nothing in here, right? Nope. Can't have secrets everywhere. I'm not sure if I put a key down for the view room, so it might not be possible to do that. There is a button out here, so if for some reason I can't bypass an area, I can cheat to get a little farther, but I'm pretty certain I cap at the depths control room. What sucks is the last time I saved was, I guess the safari room's not bad away far away, so never mind. I was like, well, that's kind of far, but no, it's actually really the next room over. It's kind of easy to forget that the rooms really aren't that far apart. I think I almost had too many paintings, to be fair. But sometimes you can't actually get to that room for a while. You can't get back through a door, so sometimes it's not that bad. But other times... Write this down there. Other times, it does seem like it might be too many. Like, there probably should actually only be maybe 10 paintings in the whole building, and just have little paintings that Tinka can talk you through instead of the big ones you can teleport through. Something to think about. I might do that. Add a walking volume under the masts. Mast in the sunken depths. I talked about that earlier when I fell through it, and if anyone was paying attention, you know, I forgot about it. Okay, so I have the key to the second room. All the buttons are right there in case I need them. But... Alright, star. It works even if the star's not equipped. It's funny. It's so good. Just look at it go. It's obviously overpowered. Oh yeah, there might be no viewing room key, in which case this is... the third one can't be reached. I don't know, it might be. That was the one that's a problem. Oh yeah, that's right, I have strength, which I... forgot, technically. Okay, that's bad news. That's why I'm doing this. I made some of these changes already, and now I'm coming back, and since it was done in the 5.7 disaster version, I'm having to remake them. Into doesn't have the correct room info. Part of me wonders if I really should have only 22 abilities, because then I have a reason to use some of these things, because I really have not switched certain ones I like. But then again, when you have multiple abilities, you can sit there on them and kind of combo them together, and that's its own fun. Alright, so that was a disaster. I basically just have to hit the other two buttons, because I don't think there's a viewing room key. And apparently the second key doesn't even load, so... I figured this would be a disaster. I didn't check for keys. But if I really want to test Chapter 2, I can actually just start from Chapter 2. I don't actually have to do this. It's kind of hard to jump through these smaller ones. It's possible, but it's hard. Alright, well, I know this one. Could be using strength. Strength's another fun one, but again, I really wonder if some of these weapons are just going to be irrelevant. Yeah, load it. Pal, friend. Like, balancing also, you actually want to use them ever? Like, strength does a lot of damage if you have something stuck on it. Like, it insta-kills an enemy by basically, well, it sort of instant-kills them. You have to bash them 3 times against something, but the thing does more damage with an enemy stuck on it. Sometimes I wonder if I could have just given Poppet various flavors of hammer, and she'd have been happy, or people would have been happy. Because I do remember someone asking me on X, he's like, so how many hammers does she have? And he seemed like he was so happy for her to just have hammers. She could have 22 different flavors of hammer, and I think people would be just as happy as having a lot of these unique things. Yeah, this thing is so overpowered. I think I missed this jump though. Nope. I could probably make it over there if I wanted. Oh, don't run that forever. All the keys I've collected so far. Yeah, I have the keys for those, but there's no viewing room key. Oh well. And I can't reach the painting blockers because even from those trees up there. Yeah. Well, it's good to know because I didn't think about that when I was building it. So I guess I'll just cheat. Oh well. And use the overpowered star. This ability's the sanity gain is too good. I mean, you just watch it, how often I never stop. To be fair, that also means I don't really care about sanity regeneration. It does force you to have to constantly switch to it, so I guess that is a notable thing. Oh no! Sometimes I double jump immediately like an idiot, and I look stupid. Whee! Oh, this part. Oh, that thing. That stone is so hard to land on. I might actually just die going this way and want to go the other way. I can just jump over it. Never mind. That stone is like a trap. I think I'll just remove it. Because it's such a feels bad. Pretty sure this is as far as I can go. Doesn't matter which one I go in. Unless I included a key to the next place. Did I? I don't think so. If I did, I don't know where I put it. I can look around though. Just for funsies. Though it is a lot lonelier without enemies running around. That's so true. I got a bunch of things. Oh no, there's a key. Oh ho ho! I guess I can explore a little more then. I haven't put anything extra in these rooms. These are... I'm still in gameplay form as opposed to other stuff. This room used to have enemies. I don't know if it still does. Oh, it does. It most certainly does. Oh, wow, I'm gonna beat things up. With strength. Yeah. Test it out. Can I pull it out? There you go. Oh, I think I'm too high a level. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm way too high level because of the having to cheat to use that one thing. And none of these enemies can be picked up by strength, huh? What's this do? Secret garden key. If you don't have the moon, you can't beat the secret garden anyway. It's actually kind of worthless. Once again, the enemies are too far down to be relevant. You're so overpowered, Star. Jesus. Got wheel. Oh, that does hit it. Unlike the Empress, the wheel is actually pretty overpowered. I need a brig key. If there's a brig key, then I'm good. I took the galley out too, so there's no brig key. Unless it's sitting over here somewhere. Yeah, there's no key bypass. That's okay, I can set up chapter 2 to test if I want pretty easily. I have like 5 or 6 enemies I can put out there. I just need to put keys in places. Make certain rooms spawn. Yeah, there's no other keys. I gotta put some shells back here or something, but... yeah, that's pretty much it. Oh, well, I got to the broken compass without... well, I still had to cheat a couple times, so... about that. Oh, well. Hopefully that was at least somewhat exciting for people. I mean, I spent quite a bit of time messing with it. Not 0 time, that's true. Not 0 indeed. Kind of forgot about my alcohol. That's fine. It's probably only good for me to forget about it anyway. So now I just need to fix a bunch of crap. And I got quite a laundry list of things to fix. Some of which are probably really dumb and easy, and other ones are... well, I mean, fixing Charlotte's room is kind of questionable. I don't know why Vu's ping never seems to go away. There's something weird about that. It always seems to stay, even though every other enemy in the game that spawns a weapon doesn't have this problem. For some reason, Vu is not so much like that. She has issues. Ugh. Some of these seem like really dumb, easy problems, so I'll just quickly fix them. I think this just didn't have the right name. It did. So why did you not load? Is there another one on top of you or something? Yeah, I loaded that time. Oh. Like, I'm in the right room, there's just... It didn't tell it to load anything. Okay. This is an interesting track. $130 is about right. Is there no one trampling you or something? Like, what's that? I loaded the right one. Well, these are in Grotto Pump Room 3, not 2. That fixes that. But there's no viewing room key yet. There could be. I just want to put a key anyway, I don't care. What are you even in? Oh, because this hall records cabinet key. Well, I don't have a name for you yet, so you can just sit there and think about what you did. I could introduce the viewing room as an extra room you have to go to and then come back to. But in reality, as long as there's a key somewhere, it's fine. That's my biggest concern. Good to me. Don't hate this track. Not sure if I have use for it, but I don't hate it. And sometimes that's enough. I didn't even write down the no viewing room thing, huh? Really? Commander item collected. Hmm. What a weird track. Sums up about how my coding is for this. Some of this game dev music is just, I mean, I think in the right kind of game, I'd pretty good. I don't think it would fit my game particularly, but you know. What the hell is this track? Happiness loopable. I mean, sure. Someone's happy. Good for you people. So it runs these like this. Finds the thing in here, gets each of these abilities here. I think it's because it's running these, but it doesn't run the passive option anywhere. Oh. It's because I'm a goofball. That's because I'm not supposed to give out strength here. I'm supposed to give out the chariot. At one point, strength did double jump, but there's no real reason why strength would let you double jump off the air. That's weird. Right? I don't get it. With this select, I'm just gonna grab it and drop it outside of here so I can oh. Well, let's change this one, I guess. Picture didn't really change much. Should probably call it after fairly soon. Maybe just stream tomorrow or something, but yeah. I was just dumb on my part. Yeah, well. I'm going back and fixing all these things because oh, this is actually easily fixable. Nice. Because I never solidified it. It's actually just drop that like that. Drop it like it's hot. This used to exist, but then I just took it out, I guess. There's a key down here. What's that key? Not sure if those will be very easy to reach, but we can test it. This room likes to load really slowly sometimes. I know how to reach that. It doesn't stick out for it. Whoa, whoa, no, no. Ah. I made it. I'm so bad at my game. I don't think that'll be out far enough anyway. So I want to make them grow even larger. There could be yet another one that's even taller, I guess. It's kind of awkward, I don't know. Well, then I have to grow that up there. Maybe just a pipe or something leading up there. I'll think about that one. I don't really want to do a redesign of that room right now. It just needs to cover this center area so they don't do that weird floating crap. Not perfect, but good enough. That should be a bit better, though I kind of want it to be a little farther down, but maybe not. Oops. Can make a pretty big difference. I've tended to move Sally early on. Put her after the sunken depths. Get rid of the pirate graveyard, make it something else. Because it's a little weird. I mean, I already have an area with a bunch of, you know, ships that have wrecked in the ocean and everything like that, like, you know, in the sunken depths. So it's kind of like a duplicate, if you will. It's kind of not my thing. Doesn't look the same though, so that's something to note, but I don't know. I ain't feeling it as much as I once was. I admit, I don't know how she can really fight in the water either. We'll see. I do want to get to work on the third boss, though. I mean, I did a little work on Sally ages ago and then never touched her since. Give her a teleportability and ability to control these lanterns, so that's screwing with your light. Some of these attacks might not be that effective, though. Especially when we've seen what the star can do. The Three of Swords has to be somewhere else as well. Right there. What the hell is supposed to be in here? This should be the Three of Pentacles. Oh, it should be Three of Pentacles. Most of these boxes are much smaller. I don't know why I made these ones so big. This one's like a 8. It's definitely something except for streaming, because whenever I stream I get a lot more work done. Like I never would have sat here for like 6+ hours on if I was not streaming. Never. It never happens. I sit there for a little bit of time, but I get sidetracked a lot. That's just not ideal. It's not ideal at all. I think after I fix this, I'll probably call it though. It's been like almost like 6 hours and 42 minutes or something. But I'll stream for like 4 hours. I do like streaming. That is true. I was supposed to get up earlier today. That is so not happening. Let's see. I don't necessarily have a thing for this, so we'll just put a goodie box key, sure. Not a great name. I'll come with a better name later, I guess. I need one of those keys though. I like to match them up. It's one here. So weird. It's not really any way up to any of this crap. I have to redesign this whole place here. We'll just put one here so I remember to have a key for it, even though it's not actually possible to reach it. Soon, soon, TM, soon. Unload this. Is there any left? Nope. A lot of these bugs are not that hard to fix. A couple of them are, but like finishing our whole room is obviously a lot. I just need this same minor tarot card. That's all. This will fix the white bug. Yeah, this is going to be a biggie. Not a super relevant thing, it was just annoying and weird. Oh, that one was just way off. Oh, it's fine. I'll probably do the rest a little later. I think that's enough random things. Alright, so I'll likely be I might swing by tomorrow. I don't know, it depends how I feel. Lately I've been feeling a little bit better the last few days, but I just have random health issues. Don't mess with your neck and spine, they're important. They cause random problems if you have issues with them. Right. So yeah, so I'll try to be by tomorrow, similar time. Maybe not stream this long, but never know. So if you like what you saw, the game's called Poppet Quest, you know. Wish listed on Steam, join the Discord. Not, thanks for watching, and we'll catch everyone later. So, see ya.